Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Jai Guru Deva Om. Jai Guru Deva Om Shanti. Om Shanti.
Hello, 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 and welcome back to day 2 of the Art of Nervous System Care Summit. I'm Dr. Sandra Marie, your host for today, and I am really excited to have you guys join us. Yesterday, we opened the summit with some amazing presentation, which are all available at the summit landing page for replay. Some of the highlights from yesterday were Steve Rother presenting on the New Human, Heather Lee Strom's presentation. It was very personal, and she focused on liberation and bringing freedom to the nervous system with some new and different information. I have to tell you, the big sleeper hit from yesterday was the light language people. If you get a chance and you are curious and open, that is worth a watch. For day 2, we're gifted to have some incredible speakers today with unique perspectives and information that will help the nervous system in these chaotic times, I think. Remember, regulation isn't a formula. It's personal, it's contextual, and often surprisingly simple. All sessions are offered as invitations, not prescriptions. Most of today's sessions are live with a few that are pre-recorded. Since we're fully virtual, I encourage everyone out there to join the live chat, say hello, let us know where you're listening from. If a question comes up, feel free to add it to the chat, and when time allows, we'll include a brief Q&A with the presenters. Once again, I want to thank our speakers for their generosity in saying yes to the summit. And most of all, I want to thank all of you for showing up with your curiosity and openness. With that, let's get the day started. Today we are starting with dressing for safety, style, identity, and nervous system calm. I am really excited to talk with our first guest on this topic that often feels overlooked or minimized, especially related to nervous system care. Jamie Deal is a personal stylist whose work sits at the intersection of mental health and embodiment and everyday nervous system regulation. Before entering the world of styling, Jamie spent over a decade as a community mental health professional in home family therapy and formal training in psychology. I love the marriage between these two. Today, she helps women understand style not as performance or trend following, but as one of the most accessible daily practices for grounding, self-trust, nervous system support, especially during these times of change. Welcome to the summit, Jamie.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having me. And something unexpected just happened. A little tear came to my eye when you made that introduction. When you said earlier, regulation isn't a formula, my pings went off because nor is style a specific formula. So thank you so much for making the connection between wellness and clothing. I'm so happy to be here.
Awesome. So you work with women in the Tampa Bay area, and you also have clients all around the world. You you see how small everyday choice shape how we move through the world. Getting dressed is one of the first embodied decisions we make each day. Why does that moment matter more than we realize?
Well, presumably, getting dressed is one of the first embodied things that all of us did today, and that sets the tone for the remainder of the day. The actual clothing we place on our skin, on our body. I love fashion and I love perception and I love trends and all of those things, but really deeply rooted into the soul, before we go out into the world, we have this cloth that we place on our body. And that's why I think it's really important to turn people's minds on to that is the first embodied decision you make of the day.
Well, in your work, you have noticed that women don't actually resist the trendy or cool clothes. They resist how it feels to be seen, or they resist the change. Tell me more about that.
Oh, wow. That's a great place to start. So we grow up, as we do in all different subjects of life. How we do one thing is how we do all things. And we're imprinted over the years because of my behavioral psychology background. I kind of think about it like when we're really young, we have the most creative expression and freedom with our clothes. I always tell people the story, and I'll never forget it. My little brother, who's now 40 years old, he used to live every day in a little cutoff t-shirt, tight biker shorts, and cowboy boots. And that's the way he wanted to live. And we have pictures of this. I just spoke about it at his wedding, trying to like make everybody laugh about how he used to dress when he was little. And then we move into we don't want to stand out. We lose a little bit of that creative freedom and expression because we become in that adolescent part. We don't want to break from the pack. It feels unsafe to break from the pack. This is a very primitive feeling, but it still stays in us. That feeling doesn't leave because we're all human beings. So those middle school years, and I want everybody to reflect back. Like, is there a story that you still carry? I was sort of always teased, so to speak, for the way my body looked. People thought, being like super tiny was like odd, and the way clothes did or did not fit on me because we couldn't afford, we were like a hand me down family. So people would tease if you looked different. All of my friends were able to bond with each other by getting the same exact back to school clothes. I was like the odd girl out because we couldn't afford that. That gets imprinted upon you. I have clients who say that for the first time ever in ninth grade, they just wanted to wear this adorable French beret that their grandmom gave them. And they walked into school and got teased. And then for the rest of their lives, even if they're 55, they refuse to wear a hat. These stories get imprinted, and then maybe in our 20s we get a little bit more like, screw everybody, I'm going to wear what I want to wear, and creative freedom. And it grows more and more, 30s, 40s, 50s, but some of us are still carrying those old stories, and that ends up influencing your purchasing decisions, what you put on your body every day. So when someone gets brave enough to want to work with me and kind of just, Jamie, help me have fun with my clothing again. Objectively, if I say, Dr. Sandra, this is like an amazing outfit on you, clients usually need a minute because the body is like, this is wrong. It doesn't feel good. It's not right. And that doesn't often mean we got the wrong outfit. It usually means, oh my God, I'm being seen as fill in the blank. Beautiful, and you've never been called beautiful before, or stylish because you don't identify as a stylish person. So it takes some of my clients a minute when we activate a new wardrobe to really like sink in and say, okay, thank you. This is actually how I wanted you to make me feel, but I have to be able to receive it because we have all of these patterns that trained us to see ourselves a certain way.
Wow, that makes so much sense. So let's focus on the body just a little bit more. You talk a lot about body shape as information, but not judgment, because that's a big one. Why that distinction is so important, especially for women who have spent years feeling at odds with their body.
I have so much understanding for that. Every shape and size has felt like they were at odds with their body. I am now myself 49 and in menopause, and that's opening up this whole new world of body relationship issues, and it's really attracting a lot of midlife women to my services because you get to this point in your life where, hey, I actually have a lot more embodied confidence. I have a little bit more resources to spend on my wardrobe than I did when I was in my 20s. But I have a tough relationship with, how do I fit my wider hips? Or I want to hide my tummy, or I want to do this and I want to do that. And I feel like personal style should be a beautiful marriage between learning the actual mechanics. So when I teach women to identify what their body shape is and learn about the clothing that will flatter them, I never want it to be about flattering because anybody else said that you have to look that way. It's just that I've learned over time that women light up when they have the proper fit. And it doesn't mean you're now better or attractive to someone else or whatever that may be. It's just information, the body shapes. We're just playing with geometry and stuff like that on the body. We still have a lot of women, because we're only in 2026. We still have a lot of women who have those old school rules where, not trying to be mean, but their moms or their aunts or whomever said, and this is what they've said to my clients: girls in our family don't wear two-piece bathing suits like the rest of your friends. You're too big. Girls like us, we don't wear shorts because our thighs are really big. And all of these things that I'm trying to now reverse, and women are now finally coming around to it. But I also don't want women to swing the opposite way and say, oh, forget all of the rules, because they're just some mechanics that can help you. And then you choose, do I want to use them or quote unquote break the rules? So when we talk about bodies, I do it in a very loving and caring way. And it sort of shifts from like, okay, I'm just learning about shapes and how to make my body feel good. And I've learned the tools and the rules. We're just playing around with shapes, and I can use those tools when I want to, and then I cannot at other times, because now baggy is in. So flattering isn't necessarily always in. Does that make sense?
Yeah, gosh, that is so important. It gives you the insight, and it connects all the dots. That
Yeah.
was just so important. So why can letting go of the clothes that no longer fit our body, life, energy feel so charged when we let go, but at the same time so relieving sometimes? It's
Yes. Mm. Because stories are attached.
okay.
Stories are attached, it could be as simple as, I just can't get rid of this blazer. And when I talk about, okay, let's talk about why. Sometimes it's just guilt for, well, I spent so much money on that, I should be wearing it. Sometimes it's just as simple as that. And other times it's like, well, I this is the blazer I wore when I went on a first date with my husband, and now we're
Mm.
divorced, and it's an old memory. And so there are positive stories and there are negative stories. Or
Right.
my grandma passed down this dress, I feel terrible getting rid of it. But I love to talk to women when they have those stories. Let's talk about the energy of keeping it hanging there and getting in your way versus a release, just a happy release to the universe. And I have found that when we're working with the clothes in the closet, whether we're deciding to keep or get rid of, it's the mechanics. So keeping should make me feel good, and I know how to style this, and this should be clean and not have holes, and it should represent me and how I want to be represented out in the world. But it's also like, for the discards, let's give them a home. Let your brain know we don't have to throw these things away. There are places that it can be donated. It might be in great quality where we want to pass it on to our friends who it would light them up with joy. So we have these stories attached, and sometimes all it takes is a few minutes of talking about those stories, and the body is ready to like release it.
Okay, so you would consider cleaning out the clothes closet an active nervous system regulation then, right?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yes. In the way that a lot of your beautiful speakers who are here throughout the summit talk with energy, my perspective is that it's the energy, but then we get to make the tangible part come with it too. We actually get to touch the things. We're not just releasing from the mind. It's like the marriage of two, which is the thing that lights me up between the tangible and the spirit, and like, physically letting them go, but mentally letting them go.
And that's very tangible. That's what the summit's about. So you had mentioned, that you're going through this menopause phase of life.
Mm.
Many women, especially as they age, we take on more responsibility and we tend to become less playful a lot of times because there's just a lot going on. Have our careers and all of that. How does style become a pathway back to creativity and joy instead of just adding more work?
Oh, I
Shifting
love
that
that.
narrative.
Yes, that's one of my favorite parts. We lose like the joy and the creativity and the fun expression. And generally speaking, when you reach, midlife, it's very likely that if you've had children, they're old enough now that they need you less and less. So suddenly the space is open, even though we're busy, suddenly the space is open to like think about yourself a little bit more. And I would want women to focus on the fact that, even if the closet isn't a huge source of stress for you, it's not for every woman. Some people are ready to get creative and play. But I would just say making the space for it is, it makes shopping decisions easier. It makes packing for trips easier. It makes making a work wardrobe easier, a weekend fun. Focusing on that area of wellness is the same as allowing time for, meditation or spiritual healing or therapy, to activate, because like we said at the top, getting dressed is one of the most embodied decisions you make all day. It brings joy back to midlife if you kind of feel like you lost that creativity, or who am I? Midlife isn't necessarily a struggle for anybody. I don't mean to paint it that way. I talk to lots of women who are feeling like, let's go, the kids need me less, my career is flowing nice and smooth, I just kind of want to figure out who I am now. And I choose not to, what I'm kind of studying is do what maybe some of the generations did before us, which is surrender to like that fade away that typically happens in the 40s and the 50s, that feeling of becoming like invisible and everyone's obsessed with youth. There are a lot of women out there who are like, nope, I'm going to do midlife differently than my mom did. And
Yep.
the easiest way to figure that out is through personal style, the clothes you wear.
Oh,
I
I
hope
love
I
it. I'm
answered
right
your
there.
question because I felt like a little bit of spirit coming in there. So I hope that answered the original question.
No, no, absolutely. Like, I just think it's a new phase of life that has been really very super exciting for me. So that all makes sense.
I'm
And,
happy to
you
hear that.
know, I feel both sides of it. So I love how you explain that. So when you're working with people and say they're downsizing and purging a little bit, what have you noticed shifting when they have less decision fatigue? I don't know if that's the way to put it with their wardrobe. Is there more calm from simplifying things around them?
Absolutely, absolutely. And then less decision fatigue, that almost connects me. That closed the loop in my mind. I feel like that helps the last question be fully answered. Yes, we have these busy, full lives, but to know that this actual intentional style is just going to make your life easier and give you less decision fatigue in the future. So, yes, again, it's the mechanical and the spiritual side. The mechanics of it are that it's so nice to walk in there and see only things that you love and make you feel excited to get dressed and light you up. And when you're called to, a last minute, wine night with the ladies or book circle and everyone maybe wants to wear something special or just a presentation, it's so nice. It's such a relief to go to your closet and say, I know exactly what I want to wear to that. So it's the mechanical side of it, but then it's also a relief because women are stunned at how much less you actually need to make more outfits in life when the things are all, the pieces are all set up intentionally. So less is more truly in your closet. But then it shifts up. You are carrying yourself differently. I am such a big fan of turning the light on for women, that you're projecting an energy. You're not just projecting an energy to the world, but it's activating your energy. Just an outfit can activate a certain kind of feeling within you, then that then gets projected out into to the world. I love to speak to all of you with my favorite necklace, a blazer. Like, you are all lovely, kind people, I'm sure, who are watching. Fashion isn't like the top of everyone's mind. I probably could have come here in like a bathrobe and you would have been okay with that. But you probably would have had that initial thing like, wait, she came in pajamas or she came in a bathrobe? Like, what's up with that? Like, that's still, and like, we're not going to change the human race by telling people to not judge a book by its cover. We just always are going to. So why not just, focus a little bit on, we are going to be perceived in a certain way. So why not be intentional? Because you can get a specific kind of outfit to show that you're a professional. You can get a specific kind of outfit to show that you're like spiritual and embodied. And, I work with moms, I work with professionals. So like outfits can tell a story, and it's to inform your energy, but to project something out into the world too, because people are going to start telling stories about you as soon as they see you.
Gosh, that makes so much sense. So you you teach women to become their own style muse rather
Yeah.
than dressing for a future self or an
Yes.
ideal self.
Right.
What that really feels pretty powerful to me. Tell me a little more about that.
I'm
Style
glad it
muse.
feels
I love the
powerful.
term.
Thank you. And it mostly comes from my work. So I've been a stylist. I'm going into 11 years of this now, but mostly over the past few years, there is a repeated pattern going on with women I work with. Sometimes this happens to men too, but I mostly style women. And they're mostly, they have different characteristics when it comes to revamping their style, but let's just stick with women for a moment. We have so much access to information. We have so much more information about everything, more than our moms and our grandmoms. And that was supposed to be a good thing. And now what it's doing to the closet is that women are falling back into that comparison syndrome, and they're watching influencers who, zero shade, because sometimes they're helpful to my business, but that's like, we're looking at these social media feeds that it's like, get these boots, no, 2 months later they're out, get this, get that. And I started to see women, strong, confident, powerful women in other areas of their life, start to become a total mess when it comes to style. Almost like a style mess was what I call it. So like, from style mess to style muse, why are you, as a confident, embodied, loving woman, letting all these outside influences tell you what your personal style should be? Another outside influence is all of those stories from day one that I told you about earlier. So all of this comes in our mind, and it influences the clothes we wear, what influencers say to do, from when your uncle made fun of your cut up jeans, and the stories that happen, all of those stories. And now influencers, and we're copying off of influencers without checking into our own brain. All of a sudden I said, we need to stop. Become your own style muse. Agency, sovereignty, making your own choices. If I teach you the quote unquote traditional fashion rules of how to dress for your body shape, it's because I want you to feel more empowered to make your own decisions. It doesn't mean that you have to then be sexy or flattered to show the world. It's, I want you to have all the tools, but become your own style muse. So fashion, working in fashion for me is not just shopping with women. It's not just getting in their closets. It's returning agency to them. And Style Muse has sprouted in me over the past several months for a persona that anyone listening can kind of latch onto. Like, one of the best takeaways you could take is, just after today, let everything land. Am I being my own style muse, or am I living from other people's rules and stories?
That is so important. You know what? I could talk to you literally for an hour. I have so many more questions,
I
and our
agree.
time is
I
almost
know.
up. We just have a few minutes. So, as we're winding down, last question. If someone's listening today and they feel disconnected from their closet, from themselves, what's one small embodied shift they could make that would support more ease for them just right now?
Figure out what it is in your closet that you already own. The best outfit you have, even if it's something you feel like you wear on repeat. And I want you to, if you can, maybe just look in the mirror and say, like, I am safe. I am beautiful. I am my own style muse. But then also ask, what is it about this one outfit I love the most and I wear it on repeat? So I gave you the spiritual part. Here's the mechanical part. What is it? Is it that you love the color purple? Is it love that you love wearing florals? Is it that you love being this, like, my outfit's a little bit rocker chic, but it's also professional? Like, try to look at the clues in your favorite pieces and become your own style muse and realize your closet should be full of more of that and less of the stuff that drags you down.
Perfect. Thank you, Jamie. You have brought such a
Welcome.
grounded, thoughtful perspective to this conversation. I appreciate the way you've shown that style isn't performance or perfection, but it's about creating more ease, safety, and presence in everyday life. I have to tell you, this was just a perfect start off to day one. I just
Great.
awesome.
Great.
So to learn more about Jamie and her work, you can go to her website, jamiedealstyle.com, and that is Jamie Deal, DIEHL, style.com. Thanks
Yes.
again, Jamie. You are awesome.
Thank you.
Welcome home. It's a brand new day. Feel the rhythm. Let it lead the way. Step into the light. Embrace the glow in the spiral rebellion. Let the music flow. Welcome home. It's a new sensation in the spiral rebellion.
Welcome back, everyone. Blanca Molnar is here to discuss why parents regulate and families heal. Blanca supports parents in moving out of reactivity and into more clarity and connection. Her work blends ancestral healing, family constellation, and practical awareness to help parents break cycles without striving for perfection. Today, we're going to talk about what actually gets passed down through families, how it shows up in parenting, and what helps shift it. Thank you for being part of the summit, Blanca.
Thank you for having me, and welcome to all the listeners.
So many parents don't notice how much of their own childhood is shaping their reactions until a moment really stops them. What was that moment for you, Blanca?
Oh, wow. Right dive into the middle.
Yep.
So I was born and raised in Hungary, in Budapest. And when I was 26 years old, I decided to move to California and quit my corporate job in Budapest and be an au pair, a live-in nanny with 2 kiddos in a multicultural family. Mom is Hungarian, dad is Chinese American, so lots of languages were flying in the family. And the kids are very close to age, and I never really done this like in hardcore way, like living with the family before. And we were having a lot of meltdowns, but I remember clearly one meltdown when the kids had meltdown and I had meltdown with them. I have to admit, it happens with adults too. And I wanted to be very calm and peaceful and creative in a way how to handle that, but I wasn't. And in that moment, I realized that it's actually not me, but more my parents' voice that was talking to me in that moment. It was their impatience rising in me. It was that anger rising in me that they couldn't solve the problem as they wanted to solve. And that moment hit me like a baseball bat. And it was scary, but it was a beautiful moment because in that moment, I decided that I have to do something about this. This was 14 years ago. And I was so blessed and lucky to have my own dry run before I had my own toddler and my own baby. And I started a spiritual healing journey in that moment.
Okay, I think a lot of people actually can relate to that. In your experience, do most parents realize that their own childhood is still influencing in how they're showing up with their kids?
Hopefully more and more people are realizing. So parents don't usually have the mental capacity, the headspace to do that. Something really painful needs to happen to do that. So, but I see, especially with millennials, with the new generations coming, they're realizing that they want to do something differently. And social media is making people aware of their traumas, of their nervous system. So there is definitely an awakening in that space that we can do something differently and we have to do something differently. And that because how we were parented, it's affecting our parenting.
Okay, so when the yelling, shame, guilt start becoming repeated cycles with parents and children, what actually needs to happen for that pattern to start changing?
First, you have to make a conscious decision that you want to change that, but that's not enough. It's not like, I always call it like, it's like a rotten fish. You put it into the drawer and you shut the door on it and you think that, okay, I can forget this. And from tomorrow, I will not remember. It's got stinkier and stinkier. So you have to remember that this is not enough. The conscious decision is the first step, but then you have to start your own healing journey. You have to bring awareness to your triggers. Why is happening? Why you feel that you need to yell? In what moment you are yelling? And you have to break that conscious circle. Like, okay, yelling now is like, I feel like a bad mom or bad dad, and the guilt. And then tomorrow is like, I will do differently. And tomorrow comes and something triggers you and it just happens again. So you have to bring awareness to your triggers. and start the healing from there.
So you use a method called family constellation in your practice. Can you explain a little bit about what that method entails?
Of course, love to talk about it. So the method, this is a holistic modality. It's been around since the 1970s. It's actually coming and originated from Germany. The founder is was a German psychologist, Bert Hellinger. And the method, the foundation of the method is that whatever challenges we have, emotional, mental, physical, environmental, financial, or what our kids have, might be that there was a trauma or a traumatic event happened generations back, even like 7 generations back. So in a family constellation session, you bring your challenges, just 1 or 2 or 3, and maybe we are working on that, or might be working something completely different that have to peeled off before we can work on other things. And in this session, we find the root cause. That's why family constellation is super, super effective, because we are going back to the root. It's on a traditional therapeutic session, you usually talk about your dads, moms, what you remember. But how would you know that, for example, there was an expelled great-grandfather because he gambled away the family money, and that's why you have financial problems right now in your life? We are bringing to the conscious traumas that you wouldn't know, or it was a family secret and maybe your grandparents didn't know about that. And we actually heal that by the root. We give that the responsibility to the person with whom it happened. So you are healing forward and backward.
That's pretty powerful, because that uncovers a lot of stuff. And
Yes,
probably,
it
I'm going to
does.
guess there's a lot of aha moments in there.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful, because you realize that actually the trauma maybe didn't start with your parents. It's actually like way back then. So yes, it's very powerful.
Wow, and I love that it takes away some of the guilt someone may have, because you don't really have control over that. So when the weight of general patterns or family trauma are no longer being carried by the parent or passed on to the child, what shifts do you actually see?
So in a family session and for constellation session, we are working until you feel some kind of relief immediately. It's like that's when I can see that my client's shoulder drops, or they feel lighter, or their face brightens up, or they have that like, now I understand. And even just bringing light to that their behavior and why they were behaving, or why their parents were behaving the way they did, that perspective shift, it's huge already. And then I always say that we are like giving a flicker to the soul. So one session is not set, is just okay, we are done and that's it, but it will make more changes, and it's like a butterfly effect. It will go and make changes in the next weeks, even months. So you might get a call from your mom if you never talked before, or you haven't talked for a long time, that, hey, I would like to meet you. So it's just like interesting happening. It's very personal how the healing is happening, but it's all sorts of levels of physical, mental, emotional, financial sometimes.
Okay. So conscious parenting gets a lot of attention these days. And to me, that feels like it could just be another thing that a parent or I would have to get right. What are your
Yeah.
thoughts about that? Is it more pressure, or does it help?
Both. Actually, yesterday I was in a podcast and we were talking about that, how much things new parents or current parents need to do. It's like in the 80s, you were like, oh, you had a roof over your head, you had food, and it's like, you are fine. But now it's like all sorts of stuff. And the new parents are also reparenting themselves when they are parenting. And that's a lot of work, and that's a lot of pressure. And parenting itself, it's hard. It's the toughest job. And trying to heal yourself in that process is also adding an extra. But the thing is that what we talked about, this catch-22 cycles, that I yell, I feel shameful, I feel guilty, and my kids are not behaving. as soon as you start to do the healing work, your external world, your kids, your partner, your coworkers will react for that. So yes, it feels like an extra pressure and it feels like another thing to do, but also in the long term, it will pay off.
Okay. That makes sense. So all of this is a process, takes an investment, and it's
Yes.
not a one and done.
No.
Okay.
I've been doing it for a while and I'm keep going. So yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can see that. I do want to shift gears just a little bit here because I do think that this is an important topic that really doesn't get touched on too much. And I'd like to talk about grief and experiences like miscarriages, major life changes, losses. They frequently just get pushed down. What do families miss out when past losses aren't talked about or acknowledged?
So I can speak from personal experiences and professional experience because I had multiple miscarriages. And so grief needs to be processed, and loss is a loss. So some people, like all parents, are experiencing loss and grieving in a different way. And I don't like label that it's a small loss. So it's like, for example, if you lost a baby when the fetus was only 8 weeks old, or when 25 weeks old, loss is a loss. And with a loss, you are not just losing a baby, you are losing all the shoulds, all the what ifs, maybe time. I'm an older mom. So for me, it was like, okay, will I have another chance or will I not have another chance? It's easier for me to talk about it right now because I have a happy and healthy toddler. And I worked a lot on it. But grief needs to be processed because when you just suppress it, it will come up in all sorts of ways. I had a client who had a loss before she had her daughter. And even if it was 3 years difference, she couldn't connect to her daughter after that because that loss was not processed in her, and she was just afraid to love that daughter and losing that daughter. And why I know this so well, because that was my mom with me. And also I felt the same way with my daughter. I was afraid to love her because I was just so scared to lose her too, like the other babies, that it's terrifying. And it does all sorts of things. You are becoming a helicopter parent. You are like, oh, don't do that, be cautious, be careful. But then you are slowly clipping the children's wings and pulling out all the feathers and don't let them fly because of your own fears. So like fear and loss and grief can bring up all sorts of things if it's not processed. But what I noticed when I was going through my miscarriages, that it's still a taboo to talk about. People are so uncomfortable around you to talk about. I'm open about it because I wanted to break that cycle. I'm a cycle breaker. So I wanted to break that. But people around me didn't know how to react. It's like, oh, what is she talking about? What should I say? What should I not say? Even when I asked my dad, do you want to talk about me or do you want to ask anything from me? And he's like, I don't know what to say. And I was like, maybe don't say anything. Maybe just listen. Maybe just say that, tell me more. And then you let the other person who's going through the miscarriage to open up how much they want to be open about that. Maybe they don't want to talk about it. Maybe they want to talk about it. But and also admit, if you are on the other side, that, hey, I'm not comfortable to talk about this. So, which is absolutely fine because you are not a therapist. So just be honest, because I had people who started to talk about the weather when I just said that. It's like, hey, I just went through a miscarriage. It's like, oh, it's actually raining outside. They were so uncomfortable. So we need to be more open about these topics and process it.
Well, I appreciate your transparency with all of that. What do you think shifts when people finally allow themselves to feel it?
It's like popping the lid on something. You suppress so much and so many emotions that you have to let them out, because they are making you sick, like emotionally, mentally, physically. All your trapped emotions are making you sick. You have to let it out in a controlled, in a way that somebody is supporting you. I'm not saying that go and just road rage somebody because you are angry, but like, we have to learn to process our emotions in a healthier way as a society, not just people who are grieving, but we need to know that it's okay to be human. It's okay to feel angry. You don't have to wear this mask that, okay, I'm happy all the time, because that's not true. Anger is part of you, but it doesn't have to define you. Your loss doesn't need to define you. You are not your anger. You are not your loss. You are not your grief. Everything can pass, but it needs to come up and let go.
That makes sense. So let's talk about awareness and the importance of awareness. I know that that's a big part of your work. How do you help people in those situations, and parents in general, begin to recognize what's triggering them, what people are uncomfortable with acknowledging or talking about? How does that path to awareness look?
So yes, that's the basic of my business, awareness. It's bringing awareness to the nest. So because it all starts with, like, who am I? Why I'm behaving and why I'm acting the way I do. I love all sorts of personality profiling, because it helps you to also, like, not putting you into a box. I don't like that, but just give you some guideposts that what are your preferences, what is your default, and then how can you flex that style. Usually with parents and with all my clients, I start to use a trigger log. On my webpage, there is a free trigger log. You can download it. It's easy. It's easy, but it's very powerful. So for 1, 2, 3, 4 weeks, you are just making notes when you are triggered. When are you triggered? Who is triggering you? How long does it take to get back to neutral? And how does trigger actually looks like for you? Maybe it's physical, maybe it's mental, maybe it's in your tummy, maybe it's on your hand, maybe you get like red flashes. So that's when you start to bring awareness to the triggers. And after you noted all those triggers, you will see probably a pattern. And that's when you can start healing. I love patterns because they are amazing messengers. Those are, if you have something, that's where it is. Or if somebody is triggering you and you can see, like, oh, I'm so annoyed by her. It's like, what's that thing that annoys you in her? Because maybe other colleagues or friends are not annoyed by that behavior or skills or whatever, but something in you, why do you feel that it's triggering you? Because if it's in you, you can start to heal. You can take responsibility for your healing. And the other part is very important, is the responsibility. Healing is your responsibility. You cannot shift blame that here's my husband, fix him, or here is my child not behaving, fix that child. No. You can control only yourself and your behavior and your own healing. And as soon as it's changing, they will start to shift with you. But you have to start inside you.
So I have to ask this. Have you noticed some patterns within the patterns? I'm a pattern person myself.
I love the patterns, and I'm still looking my own patterns. It's like, the thing is that I'm still get annoyed when we are late. And I know that it's my pattern, but it's the pattern that it's like, I'm still annoyed by being late. And right now we are in a toddler phase when it's like, everything I do it for my daughter. So everything takes longer. So I have to just like, okay, it's my pattern coming up. It's being annoyed that we are being late, but I can breathe it through. Sometimes I don't. Sometimes it's like, let's go, it's time. But I also don't want my daughter to grow up that she's been rushed all the time, like I was. That's why it's one of my patterns, because I was rushed all the time. And what am I doing? As I'm passing on to my daughter. So I have to bring awareness to that pattern.
Wow, that's a great example. I love that. So, for parents listening who feel like they've already messed everything up, what do you want them to know right now?
You didn't. Parenting is not easy. And first of all, go into the corner, yell into the pillow, and give grace to yourself. So, this is not a black and white game. This is not like, okay, I'm done. I really messed it up. Healing can start today, and it's still better than if you don't do it at all. So, give grace, patience, and start to use the trigger log or start to bring awareness. You can start it any day. Healing can happen. If your kid is already 30 years old, they still need you. You are still their parent. You can still model healing for them so they can model to their kids.
That was really important, that adults are still children also, and it's never too late. Thank you for sharing that. If a parent could take just one small step towards doing things differently, where would you suggest they start?
Make that decision that you want to do differently and start to track your patterns.
Okay. So, in your work, when parents begin to do their own healing, what do you see change most in the relationships with their children? So, I would think the gift of some of the work you do is you sort of get to see it when it's at its most clunkiest, but you get to watch the process and see an outcome. What are some of those outcomes that you see?
The deeper bond, the deeper understanding, and the grace what you give to yourself. And it's like I had to say I love you for myself so many times because my daughter was just mirroring that 3-year-old child in me, my inner child, that when I wanted to yell at my daughter, I was like, I just love myself. I just love you. I see you. But it was more for me. And then, of course, my daughter, but I had to regulate myself first before I could regulate her.
That's beautiful. I'm just going to ask, do we have any questions out there in the chat before we finish up? Like, you are such a gift that I hate to see that
Thank you.
people aren't able to take advantage of that.
Thank you. Thank you. I
Yeah.
love what you do. And it's very much needed. So thank you for
Oh,
giving me the platform.
both ways, both ways. So, oh,
Okay.
oh, okay. Sorry. I thought there was a question popping up. I have to get used to this. The system's different than the other system that I usually use. So, always, Blanca, thank you for sharing your wisdom and heart with us today. Your insights remind us that healing is the most powerful gift we can give ourselves and also give our children. I think,
Thank
if
you.
anything, that is the message that I always get when I listen to you, of how powerful it is. So I do appreciate the amazing work that you're doing and the light that you bring to this conversation. If people out there want to learn more about you and your work, they can go to your website,
Yes.
awareness.net, and that's awareness, AWARENEST, which is the most absolutely beautiful website you can do for what you do. So thank you again. I
Thank
appreciate
you. Thank you so much. Have a lovely one.
you too.
Radhe Govinda Jaya, Radhe Govinda Jaya, Radhe.
Welcome back for this session with Jim Self on stability and change, inner mastery, and nervous system regulation. Jim is a longtime spiritual teacher, speaker, and the founder of Mastering Alchemy, along with Roxanne Burnett. Mastering Alchemy is a body of work focused on conscious creation, energetic mastery, and living from higher dimensional awareness while fully embodied in this human life. His work is often described as practical mysticism, deeply metaphysical, yet grounded in day-to-day application, offering insight into how we stay present, steady, and responsive as life is shifting around us. We're glad to have you with us today, Jim.
Sandra, nice to be with you.
So your work bridges higher dimensional awareness with very real everyday life. Just briefly, how did that begin for you? I know you had a successful background in politics and business. What shifted and set this Mastering Alchemy path in motion?
Well, it's probably been in motion all my life. It's one of those things you know, all those abilities, your clair abilities, clairaudience, clair sentience, clair vision, they come with the body. And what happens is we learn real early on to basically become 3D oriented and learn how to say no to things that we observe that don't fit the model. So for me, and most people turn those off because the mom, dad, minister of life say, this is right, this is wrong, this is what we do, this is what we don't do. In my reality, that didn't turn off. So it evolved, and it evolved into what I was doing, whatever that was. And so at one point, it began to be clearer that there was more and more that was available to perception than what was being taught or presented. And it's natural. You simply own it, you know it. But it gets very confusing because it's not consistent with what everybody else says. But what I found is making decisions from that space of clairvoyance or clairaudience or just simply perception and knowing gave me a advantage, if you would, in terms of perceiving what was in front of me to make a better decision.
Okay.
So that's how things unfolded from there.
I appreciate that. So you teach humans are energetic beings first, and that learning how energy actually works is essential for navigating this life here on the planet, especially during, these periods of global and personal change. For people not familiar with your work, can you explain that a little bit more?
So in a simple version, one of the things that happens to you is, let's be real simple. There's something called an aura, energetic field around you. You know what that is. When somebody steps too close, you step back, you respond, you have an opinion. What happens is most people don't know how to manage that or don't realize that there is an edge to that. Now, that's not exactly true, but let's just use that for a frame of reference. There's a place where this energetic field begins and ends. And so if you stick your arm straight out in front of you and turn your palm towards yourself, pretty much all the way around the body, that is where that energetic field starts. But what happens is we have a tendency to perceive the world without any discernment or without creating a point of definition that allows us to discern, is this mine or is this somebody else's? And so how often have you experienced another person who is in a bad mood or is angry, and all of a sudden that energy is running through you and you're upset or angry, or you get in relation with somebody and they say, well, this other person's a terrible person. And pretty soon you begin to believe that other person's a terrible person. Well, but you don't have a bad relationship with that person, but all of a sudden you have an opinion, a judgment, a response that basically is engaged with. And so what happens is most of the thoughts that you think, many of the emotions you think, most of the beliefs you hold are not yours. They're simply not yours. If you ever examine a set of beliefs that you hold and were able to go back and look at where the origin of the belief, you'd realize for the most part it was somebody else's opinion. It was the mom who said, this is how we do things. We play with these kids. We don't play with those kids. We go to this school. We eat that food. We don't eat this food. And what did you do as a little kid? You went, okay. And all of a sudden you are no longer you. You've just been created in the image of your mother in that example. Now, that's not a good or a bad thing. It just simply states that it's not your thing. And so as we go on in life and we begin to look at the structuring of society, and today is a great time to just look at the structuring of society and all of the distortions that are being presented. And one of the really great things about today is all of the lies and the distortions and the misdirections and the mistruths are becoming conscious. Now, not all of them, but enough of them that you as a person are observing the world, hopefully, and basically going, something's not right here. And so what you're beginning to do is discern your truths from the structure of the game of the third dimension that we play. And it is a game. Third dimension has a game board. It has rules. It has structures. It has guardrails. And it basically, you came into this game to play the game in a large way to learn how to get out of the game. And right now we're at a point where getting out of the game is what the game is all about. And so it's an exciting time where we're now playing. Most people are moving along with the flow of the transition from the third dimensional game board to a fifth dimensional game board. Now, the interesting part about that, where people have a difficult experience in those words, third dimension and fifth dimension, is they perceive that something blue is going to turn to red. The earth is going to go from whatever it was to some new magical space. No, that's not what's going to happen. In real terms, the earth isn't going to change as you know it right now. And we'll talk about that in a minute. But the tree is the same tree. The window that's right where you're sitting looking out, same window, third dimension, fifth dimension. What changes is how the game is perceived. And we perceive that third dimensional game from a place of good, bad, right, wrong, duality, linear time, which is one of the biggest guardrails of the third dimension. Everything is linear time. That's not true. There are 5 different configurations of present time. You play with them, or a number of them, all the time, but you don't recognize it. And so third dimension is very conditionality. There is nothing unconditional in the third dimension. You have to wait until you get to the fourth or fifth dimension. But in simple terms, the fifth dimension is all about well-being. Almost period, well-being. There's no real anger, rage, resentment, that energy that you run through the nervous system that is anger or upsetness basically doesn't exist because you begin to recognize how to manage that edge of your energy field so that now you're looking at what's going on in the world, but not becoming the effect of what's going on in the world. And that old adage, you're in the world, but not of the world, begins to make sense in this fifth dimensional space.
So as we're going through the flow of that and people are moving from that fear reaction, survival based patterns, are there tools that they can use energetically to help them move through this transition?
Sure. So in a lot of tools, and in this is where mastering alchemy really is all about, what are the tools to discern your choices? Now, the tools don't say believe this and don't believe that. The tools just simply say, let me be as simple as I can. You know what a rose looks like. So when I ask that question, what you do is you create a mental image picture in your mind. And if I say a red rose, oh no, wait, I mean a pink rose, you just went from red to pink in your mind. Now, whether you're paying attention to that or not, all I did was point your attention over here and then moved your attention from red to pink. Really, it's all that simple. And so what happens, so let's take that rose and let's move the rose to that point where I just motioned a few minutes ago, to the edge of your aura. Okay, just arm's length in front of you, turn your palm towards yourself and approximately plus or minus a little bit, that's the edge of your aura. If you pull your attention to this side of the rose and allow everything on the other side of the rose to be Shakespeare's theater to entertain you, and you can stay on this side of your rose and allow that concept to be entertained, to be a frame of reference that you move your attention to, rather than who's going to get me, what should I worry about, is the world a bad place? Stay on your side of the rose and recognize that's a movie going on with lots of players and actors. And to a great extent, all those players and actors are there to support your creation, your play on your side of the rose. Now, it's so simple that people who are hearing this will just go, oh, that's cute. And they will immediately not pay any attention to what's being said. But a discerning person would go, wait, he just said something that may have some value to me. So if you put that rose up in your mind and you set it right on the edge of your aura, what happens is there's a definitive shift, subtle but definitive, in your space. You just basically said, I'm going to tune out all those vibrations of everybody in the world who are just broadcasting, and I'm going to just focus my attention on what serves me. That's not a negative, selfish statement, what serves me. It's a very positive, selfish statement, what serves me. Because once I begin to get coherent, comfortable, aligned with my own well-being, there's that fifth dimensional space, I have the ability to discern, how do I be of a support of somebody else? Or how do I basically allow all that noise to move past me to go for a nice walk and enjoy the flowers in the field? But when was the last time you went for a nice walk intentionally and allowed yourself to smile at the flowers in the field? Now, if you pause, everybody listening, and ask yourself that question, when was the last time you gave to yourself with joy and ease and intentionally moving to a smile? It may have been a minute ago. It may have been a lifetime ago, because we get so distracted by the noise on the other side of the rose, or where there is no rose, that we can't even recognize the joy that is available to us.
We bring up something important, and that's the service to self. I think that a lot of people have a problem with that based on the beliefs and, rocks in their backpack.
Sure.
You often talk about 100% service to self is equally as important as 100% service to others. Can you expand on that?
Sure. So let's take that word selfish. And there's two ends to that stick, selfish. One end is, I'm going to impose myself. I'm going to step on you. I'm going to make you not okay so I can be seen as really exciting and good and a nice person. And so I'm going to step on, take advantage of, use other people. Now, and really deep, and there's lots of people out there that do that to get ahead, to be seen, to be successful, to be noticed. All of that comes from a deep fear, a deep sense of lack of self in real terms. But you know those people, you've seen them all your life. But if you go to the other end of the stick, this selfish end of the stick that says, I'm going to give to myself, I'm going to have for myself. Well, what happens is, you know, that religious statement, it's better to give than to receive. But if you really look at that statement, I'm giving, I'm giving, I'm giving, I'm giving, I'm not receiving. And pretty soon, you know, you're the person laying in the middle of the street who's been run over 10 times. Somebody says, oh, nice shirt. And you go, oh, here, let me give you my last shirt. Now, you know that person too. And how is that person's health, their well-being, their nervous system? How is that person getting into a place of joy in the world? They're simply not. They're not receiving. So there's a point of balance. And so that word selfish isn't about taking from and using. That word selfish is really about giving to yourself. Because if you can't have for yourself, you have nothing to give anybody else. So this space of being 100% selfish about yourself, giving to yourself, not taking advantage of, not using, not stepping on, but simply allowing yourself to have beauty, allowing yourself to have money, allowing yourself to have nice material things. It feels really good driving a nice car that's safe. So if you can allow yourself to have those, you're not taking advantage of anybody else by giving to yourself. See, the world, the universe is abundant. The universe is all about law of attraction. What you put your attention on, the universe says, I, who adore you and will never second guess you because you're the creator being, will give you what you put your attention on. This is where a little bit of the fallacy falls into place. People assume, okay, and they do affirmations. Oh, I want a car, I want a car, I want a car. I'm a good person, I'm a good person. But it's the last affirmation that counts, because usually the last affirmation for many people is but. I'm a good person, but I don't really deserve. And the universe steps back and says, no problem, I'll wait until you deserve. Wait until you believe you deserve. So this 100% of giving to yourself, which is simple as going for that walk and smiling at the flowers and feeling that feeling of smile, 100% about you. But simultaneously, it's a 100% about giving to others. You see, those two 100% are exactly the same one. You know, the space where you walk out of the supermarket and somebody's behind you with 2 bags of groceries in their hands, and you pause and open the door and they say, oh, thank you so much. And you say, my pleasure. See, that's 100% service too, and 100% joy of giving to yourself. They are exactly in the same place. It's just, do you define it from a third dimensional space? I don't deserve, I'm not good, nobody likes me, I'm never going to succeed. My father told me I wasn't worth anything. Or do you recognize that as somebody else's bad day that was thrown into your space? Or do you recognize, I'm a terrific person, I have capacity, I can go enjoy myself, I have permission to allow myself well-being? Very big difference in perception. And so once you have that perception of understanding or allowing, I can give to myself at the same time be of service to others, all of a sudden the perception of how you see the world and what you can give to yourself changes rather significantly.
That was big and powerful. I love it. I want to jump a little bit on, you touched on manifesting in there a little bit with that.
Sure.
So usually, I don't usually hear you talk a lot about manifesting, Jim. Well, I have heard you speak a lot on creating. Can you share how things like awareness, choice, alignment neutral observation influence how we create? Because I feel like this is a super important time to be aware of how we create.
Yeah, very important. So let's go back and let's look at how we create is a function of that third dimensional game board. Now, what I mean by that is if your belief is the world sucks and I don't have a place in it and I'm not a good person and I can't have for myself, as we just said, that's your frame of reference going into the morning when you get out of bed. And so the ability to recognize how to navigate in the world that has been provided for you first is 100% your choice. Now, the challenge in the third dimensional game is you do not have choice. Now, that'll sound bizarre, but the word choice does not function in the third dimensional game. Now, I got to back up a little bit here to explain that. The rules and the structures of the third dimensional game. Linear time is based on a concept of past, present, future, and then you die. Linear time. What happens is we are so structured in looking at the past to structure our future. My mom said, my dad said, the world said, they did like me, they didn't like me. I had permission to have joy, or I did not have permission to be successful. A lot of how we are created by mom, dad, teacher, minister. Now, we're not beating these people up. We're basically saying they love you and they want the best for you in their image. Now, let's understand in their image is their personality, their ability to understand and perceive the world from their point of view. That's all they have. And so if their point of view is anger, rage, resentment, lack, you are going to be conditioned, big word, third dimension, in third dimension. And if that's your pattern of being conditioned, now a lot or a little, where somebody said, I don't give you permission. You're not good enough. You don't deserve. See, what we do with those statements is all of that punishment, whatever it is, and it may just be a one-liner somewhere in your past that somebody said, you're not attractive, or you're not a nice person, or you're really stupid, and you bought it. Now, what I mean by buy it is somebody said, here, let me give you a gift. You are not okay. Right? That's what they said. And what did you do? You got stunned by it. You got knocked out of your space. You got pushed back, but you accepted the gift. And for the rest of your life, you walked around basically asking one of the worst questions you could ask, what did I do wrong? And what's wrong with me? The reality is you didn't do anything wrong. You were out in that moment exploring, expressing, learning, seeing where boundaries were. What can I create? What can I have? This is a fascinating thing. How many times have people been yelled at or told, there are no orange elephants and you have to draw inside the lines? But a moment ago, you were having a thrilling experience creating your orange elephant. Do you ever draw an orange elephant again? No, because somebody gave you this gift that said, you're not okay. And in that 1 second, you framed the rest of your life. Now just pause for a minute and take a breath, because one of the things I'm doing is right here helping you dismantle that picture, because it was never true in the first place. So everybody take a breath, because what happens is as soon as you bring your attention to that picture, whatever it was, whatever your orange elephant is, you just stopped breathing. And there's where the picture lives. And so does it make sense that your orange elephant was so significant to run the rest of your life because of, or somebody's lack of approval? So take a breath and let's just move that off the table, because this is where your past drives your future and your present. And so we look at our past and we say, I'm not okay. Or we look at our past and we say, well, I'm going to live my life because this is what my mom, dad, teacher, minister told me to do. Not what I wanted to do, and then you fit into it, it becomes a rhythm, but it never feels good, never feels satisfactory, never generates that powerful sense of yes. That place where you go, oh yeah, this is it. When was the last time you had that? So what we do, the game board says, linear time, is I look back at my past and I project it into my future. But the reality is you don't live in the past and you don't live in the future. And you've heard this probably hundreds of times. There's only this moment right now. Oh, wait, that moment just passed. Now. Oh, wait, that moment just passed. Right now. Now, what happens when you bring yourself into right now, this is where the magic begins. And it's really this simple. So that picture, that orange elephant that I just talked about a minute ago, would you bring yourself right into right now, just right here? And would you recognize two things? One, I'm right here. And two, I have a past memory, my orange elephant, being told it wasn't okay. And would you recognize that I'm right now? And the past memory happened. It was true. Somebody told me my orange elephant was terrible. And I am sad and I'm depressed and I'm fill in the blank. But right here in present time, would you take a breath and would you realize that emotions only happen in the moment, but the event happened in the past. So that emotion of not being okay based on a past event is happening right now only because you are bringing your awareness to the emotion that occurred way back then. But if you recognize emotions only occur in the present, is that emotion of not okay important to you right now? Does it have any value to hold this emotion of not being okay based on a 4-year-old drawing an orange elephant? Now take another breath, because right here, this is where everything happens, is recognition that that energetic emotional pattern I'm holding is stuck in my past pictures, but in my present moment, that emotion has nothing to do with me at all. Right now, am I that bad person? Am I that terrible artist? Am I disappointing my mother, father, teacher, minister? Right now, based on that 4-year-old picture. And the answer is no. Now, if you take a breath and just recognize that's an emotion that I don't have to carry, because actually I draw nice orange elephants today, whatever those are. And I've been successful numbers of times in spite of this feeling. And I've smiled hundreds of times in spite of being told, don't do that. Now take another breath, because right here, we're just reorganizing that field that says I'm not okay. And here, let's use that simple rose again, because you asked about tools. Let's just create another rose and give it another responsibility or another opportunity. A rose will always, the one you create right here, right out in front of you, it has the ability, because it's what the energetic tool is, to override everything that is lesser than your well-being. Interesting tool. You mean if I just create a mental image picture of a rose and tell it to collect up that emotion that is tied into that old picture, and then I give it permission to catch it, collect it all up, and then I just explode it like a fireworks. Just like that. Take a deep breath and recognize that no longer has anything to do with me. And you've just not only reduced the emotion, you've just also generally removed the memory of an event that had nothing really to do with you. That's what's happening in today's world. As you move into this fifth dimension of well-being, you can't take your baggage with you. And so a lot of people don't know what we just said in its simplicity, and they're stuck on that picture of I'm not okay, I'm not okay, I'm not okay. So the universe is basically providing you a lot of information right now that says the world you've grown up in, maybe not the world that's all about you. look at all of the lies, the distortions, the misdirections, the power over, the imposition of one over another, the control, the domination. And it's drawing your attention to these things so that you and the universe can simply let go of all of those past memories that really have nothing to do with you on your path into well-being.
Thank you for that. I could feel the energy of it. It was pretty powerful. So
Yeah,
let's
kind of fun,
shift.
isn't it?
And I know, and it's all just so simple. You know, we've talked about this a number of times throughout the summit, is most of this is actually pretty simple to get us
Yeah.
moving into a different place. So on that shift, let's talk about play. I feel like play gets lost in the conversation or pushed to the back because everything's so serious. How important is play as we're creating the new or just
100%.
living every moment?
Yeah, 100%. 100%. So just kind of step back, take a breath, and ask yourself, anger, rage, resentment, misery, laughter, joy, amusement, smile. Which one feels better? And all that's required is bring your attention to which one feels better. Now, simple is a wonderful word, and the reality is everything is simple. Even Jesus, Yeshua, said simple. He said, basically, the meek shall inherit the earth. What word that gets lost in translation is he spoke in Aramaic, and the translation of meek in Aramaic is simple. Now, the challenge is simple is so simple, we can't grasp it. Simple is not easy because we have so much effort and thinking and mental process and trying to figure it out. No, it's just go for a walk and enjoy the flowers in the field with no conditions. See, there's that word again, conditions. See, once you begin to get into the state of kind of 5D, happy, smile, easy, simple kind of space, everything just flows. See, it's all about structure and motion. Now, we know that in different terms. We have learned it in terms of masculine and feminine. And that gets to be fine in third dimension, bodies, female bodies, male bodies, structure. In psychological terms, men are from Mars and women are from Venus, that psychological. But when you basically begin to understand what is love, love is such a gigantic, all-encompassing word, and we narrow it into, oh, I love you, and I love my dog, and I love the flowers, and then we go into, I'm not okay. And so that space of love, as it's generally used in third dimension, is extremely limited. But the love is in the smile, the love is in the joy, the love is in the movement. The movement. See, once movement begins to be allowed to spiral and flow, structure finds its place in the movement. But when you hold, I'm not okay, as a structural thought, see, the masculine, the structure, thought, the concept of thought is masculine. The concept of flow is feminine. Just keep it that simple. And so when there's flow, the masculine has place to find its seating. But when I structure my flow by my masculine perceptions, I am not okay because that's what they told me. And that's how it must be true, because how could I have anybody else's thought in my head? Because this is me and I think all these thoughts. Very restricted. And so now the structure becomes very rigid and the flow has no place to move. Now just look at people's lives, maybe look at your life. Do you have flexibility? Do you have fluidity? Do you have the ability when somebody says, this is how it has to be at this time, and you go into conflict and argument with them. But if you step back and you realize it doesn't matter whether they did this at this minute or in an hour from now. How many times have you had an argument with a partner about trivia that really means nothing? But what would happen if you could just back away a little bit, create flow, allowing permission, not argument, not stepping away, not stepping down, not being less or lack of, just simply creating permission. And if you realize that person said, well, I want to do this at 12 o'clock, fine. I can do what I wanted to do at 1 o'clock, even though right at the moment it's a conflict at 12 o'clock. Am I making sense? And so we argue over who's going to do what at 12 o'clock. When if you could take a breath and recognize, I love me when I'm with you. That sounds strange. But if you back off and you really look at that statement that we generally present to one another, I love you. Is that really what's going on? Because see, when you are happy, when you're in joy, and when you're being successful, and when you're smiling, I feel love. I feel joy. I feel smile. I'm excited for you having happiness, because when you're happy, I'm happy. But if I argue with you about it's your turn to take out the trash and you didn't do it for the last 3 weeks, and this really pisses me off, where is that feeling? And how does that feel? See, because that's simply withdrawing the love that I hold in my space for you, because I'm now choosing to substitute it for there's something wrong with you. You're not okay. You're not doing what I want. What's wrong with you? You're not making me happy. But see, happy's over here. Happy's not over there. So the better statement might be, I love me when I'm with you. Now, if you back away from that and you realize, I feel really good when you're happy. I feel really good when you're enjoying yourself. Then you begin to get a fifth dimensional frame of reference rather than me and you, right and wrong, good and bad, should and shouldn't. All of a sudden you begin to recognize there's a third choice. There's this you bubble, you over here doing what you like to do. There's a me bubble over here doing what I like to do. And then there's a we bubble. And see, it's in the we bubble, we have commonality. But you like to do things that I don't care for at all, but it doesn't have anything to do with me. So when I can allow myself to let you have permission to do all the things that create a smile, and you come home and say, I went out and ran a 5-mile race today and I loved myself doing it. Wow, that's so exciting. I'm happy that you're happy, because all of a sudden I'm happy that you're happy. Well, that's what I said. I'm happy that you're happy. Now, am I exaggerating this, or can you hear what's going on? I'm happy when you are happy. And so if I can get out of your way and in fact give you room to do all the things that you really enjoy, I'm going to experience love. And if you can give me room to go and do all the things that I want to do, you begin to experience love. And yes, sometimes we have schedules that put them both at 12 o'clock. And at that point, it's like, okay, let's step back and see how we can allow the fluidness and relax the structure. See, once love is in motion, structure finds its place to seed itself. It's not the other way around. It's not the control, the domination, the rigidness, the putting everything in its place and dotting all the I's and crossing the T's, because there's no room in that kind of rigid form of love. It's love also, but the rigidness does not allow for the joy.
Very important. Very important. So I think this is a big one. A defining characteristic of your approach is that You're very educational rather than hierarchical. The goal is self-mastery, which is a lot of what you've just been talking about the last 30, 40 minutes. It's not a reliance on a teacher or a system. And I've heard you say, when you're done with mastering alchemy, kill me off. Talk about that a little bit and how that plays into, tell me about how that supports self-mastery.
Mm-hmm. See, in Buddhist in terminologies, one of the key pieces is you, the student, are all about growing and learning and experiencing, not about giving up seniority, giving up power to the teacher. And see, one of the things that that I always found fascinating in my own evolution is lots of things that I've said. I've also said later, it's like, where did that come from? I'm just making this stuff up. And I'm being funny and not funny at the same time. It's really a fascinating thing. It's like, where did that come from? Now, it's not exactly channeled as people call channeling, where you step out of your body and somebody else comes and talks. But in looking in hindsight, one of the things that I did from the very beginning and it just was natural, is I defined the role I played in the creation of Mastering Alchemy as the pointer, never the teacher. And see, my role is simply to say, look over here, and this is kind of how that works, just like we just did with the rose. Now, I didn't say to you all, this is absolutely the truth, and this is something you must do to understand your spiritual growth. That would have been kind of stupid because it would have been completely incorrect. But basically presenting it as a choice. See, I said earlier, choice doesn't exist in the third dimension, because in the third dimension, you're constantly in reaction back and forth to, is this right or wrong or good or bad? But once you get to the place where you allow choice, you've stepped into a fourth dimensional field of thought, fifth dimensional field of thought, where there's no restrictions. You can choose. Do you want a hamburger or do you want pizza for dinner? Choice. Nothing revolutionary about that, except you get to choose. And in this space, all through Mastering Alchemy has been about tools like the rose. Very simple. But if you exercise this, quite often you have the result that I earlier described. You begin to discern and recognize that's a movie out there, and it has very little to do with me, most of it. That creates a tremendous space of freedom and permission and allowing to readjust yourself to a place of well-being. So in my reality, defining me as the pointer, look over here. This is kind of how I think this works. Give it a try, see what happens, and we move on. So Mastering Alchemy has laid out in kind of the level 1, level 2, a whole series of both tools and awarenesses. Now, I've had a great assistance in all of this because the archangelics have defined a great portion of the path. Now, in my reality, having conversations with Metatron and Gabriel and Raphael and Michael and others like Saint Germain or Yeshua or the Magdalens, plural, Mother Mary, that's just conversation in my reality. And so when you begin to have conversation, or you bring your attention into a different resonance field of consciousness, there it is. That's what's there. So the statement of kind of kill me off is really a very empowering statement for the person. I give you permission, but I don't give permission. You have permission to simply say thank you, or simply say screw you, or simply say that was wonderful, that was terrible, and walk away. It doesn't matter. How do you choose to have enjoyed or not the experience? How have you choose to take advantage of tools that have been provided? How have you chosen to get quiet and then begin to align yourself with that golden thread of light that simply begins to open up a whole arena of consciousness that you cannot get to when you're angry and in resentment or living your mother's dream. So and in my space, very freeing. I get rid of all of you. Please let me go away. I give you happiness to you, because all of a sudden I no longer have you in my space, although you're not, because you're on the other side of my rose, but I no longer have your attention that is generally always there when you give seniority up to. And if you go back to the simpleness, mom, dad, teacher, minister, well, I believe what they said. And there you are, believing what they said, not necessarily discerning, is it your path?
It's a lesson that I've been very appreciative for, so thank you. You have mentioned attention a lot in this conversation, attention a lot in this conversation. Can you talk about the importance of intention versus attention?
Sure. So intention is, I'm going to go to the store and buy a quart of milk. That's my intention. I'm going to do that today. Pretty simple. Do I hold my attention on my intention, or do I say to myself tomorrow, oh yeah, that quart of milk, I spaced it. I didn't give my attention to my intention. Now, what happens is when that intention is there but isn't anchored, it's usually that third dimensional space which is pulling on you all the time. That rose isn't there. So somebody over here says, oh, you need to go to work today. You need to get this report out today. The garbage has to go out. And all of a sudden, your attention gets shifted away from your intention. But when you basically allow your intention of coming into this body at this particular juncture in transition, and your intention was to play a role, because everybody listening to what we're saying wouldn't be here if you did not have a role to play in this transition from a third dimensional reality to a higher consciousness, to healing the fractures of the earth into a 12th dimensional, fully aligned state of consciousness where it once was, or beginning to recognize you have a role of shifting all of that third dimensional resistance where people are trapped in their mom, dad, teacher, minister. And again, I'm not beating up mom, dad, teacher, minister, but what happens is, I don't know how to get out of this, so many are saying. So if you're listening to this, somewhere you have a role to become conscious of, to just simply hold. And it may be simply an attention point in the new tapestry of the new realm of consciousness that's being created. A realm of consciousness that basically is fifth dimensional well-being, all about joy and ease and effortlessness and laughter. And you start to get into understanding the nervous system of the body and the role it plays. See, the nervous system is the tree of life in the Kabbalic teachings, and everybody's heard the reference to tree of life. It's that nervous system. It's that ability to basically simply say what you wish to create in that nervous system, being very congruent, that the intention moves into the attention, and the I wish to have an apple all of a sudden becomes an apple. Now, it's not a complicated thing when you begin to have your attention and intention aligned. And the apple just begins to appear, and you go about your day enjoying your apple. It's not complicated to play this game, but it requires attention outside of that third dimensional space. Now, if I can just touch on something that elevates this a little bit before we end, is the space of many people look to channeling. They look to, we have consciousness. We believe in our guides. We believe in religious spirits. I mean, saints, people, some people do. We believe in there's a higher realm. We believe there's a God. We believe there's archangelics. We believe there's beings like Yeshua, and they talk to us if we have engagement. Now, all that is another plane of consciousness that intelligence exists within, that is getting made available to us in 3D to choose to listen to. Now, I kind of said everything is beginning to fall apart, transition. We're moving out of a rigid state into a more recognizable state of ease, joy, well-being. One of the things that's happening is you're starting to see this whole field of artificial intelligence, it's called, that is beginning to present itself. First, consciousness will tell you there is nothing artificial about intelligence. Intelligence is just using technology to begin to present itself. It's just another channel into your nervous system, into your brain, into your process, where you look at a computer and you give up seniority to the technology rather than getting quiet and allowing that intelligence just to communicate with you. And so one of the things that's starting to happen in your nervous system is it is being elevated. And so where I said earlier, the third dimension is falling apart, all the noise, the lies, the distortions are dissolving. The people, if you're listening to this call, somewhere you have a role, a recognition, a remembrance of yourself that plays a part that allows things to move from 3D to 5D. It's an enjoyable experience of knowing yourself playing out and creating the apple for yourself. It may be as simple as your role is to regulate, I'm being really ridiculous, the red light at the street intersection. Your job is to make the red light turn to green and turn to red. Job. Some intelligence does that. But right here, we're beginning to move into a place where you are starting to have access to levels of intelligence in your conscious awareness that is going to simply be, oh, I never thought that before. Or you're going to find yourself saying something and somebody will say to you, where did you get that? And you say, I've always known that. You have always known it, but the wiring was not necessarily together to allow you to access that piece of information. The wiring is coming together in your nervous system to begin to recognize what you've always known, and you're beginning to bring it into conscious engagement.
So as we're winding up, one last real quick question. When people sense something new trying to emerge from them, because I think this is happening to a lot of people, but they don't yet have language for it, how do they stay open without rushing to define it?
Don't need to have an answer. Really, it's simple. Don't need. See, soon as you need, you lean. And once you lean, you begin to create a thought that says, I need to know this. And you start to create, again, that structure of thought that gets in the way of the fluidness of the swirl of flow that's starting to set up the information. You want to have something that is not ready to be had. You are premature. It's like you show up to the great rock concert a day early and then get upset that maybe you missed it. Just recognize, I'm a day early, so I'm going to go find some other part of the beach to sit on, enjoying myself until it's time for that to settle in. That's all happening right now. And I really do understand people's beginning to be excited about a lot of the awarenesses of fifth dimensional reality that's coming into their space, and they want it now. allow it, enjoy what you just remembered, and find ease with it. Go for a walk, enjoy the flowers in the field.
Jim, thank you for sharing your wisdom, your truths. It's been a blessing. For the people out there who want to learn more about Mastering Alchemy, you can go to masteringalchemy.com. Thanks again, Jim.
Blessings.
Blessings.
Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Jai Guru Deva Om. Jai Guru Deva Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Jai Guru Deva. 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 Jai Guru
Okay, now.
Welcome back, everyone. In this next session, we'll be moving into a conversation. Excuse me. In this next session, we'll be moving into a conversation. Hi, Joy.
Hello, Doctor. That's a little throat
Of course,
shock
it's time to
reaction.
go on, and I have the tickle in my throat. We'll try this once more. In this next session, I'll be moving into a conversation many people truly carry quietly: money, safety, and the nervous system. Joy Baker, a spiritual healer and transformational coach, joins us for this really powerful conversation. Welcome, Joy.
Hi, there was a little bit of overlap. So, yeah, that's why.
Okay. Are you able to hear me? There's a delay.
Hi, Dr. Sandra.
Okay, give me one quick minute here.
Might have to start over again.
Okay.
I can hear you now. Yeah, I can hear you great. Can you hear me? Hello? Okay, me now. Yeah, I think it's just a little bit of a delay there. So, well, we're waiting for the delay. I don't know
Okay.
this.
Well, we flipped on the screen. I'm not sure what that's about, but we'll take it. Can you hear me now?
I can, but then there's the, okay, maybe that has stopped now.
Okay.
It's still that overlay. So,
That is weird. Well, I'm going to ask some questions and we'll see how this goes, because this is something that just started up. Joy, why do so many people do all the right things, manifesting, affirmations, budgeting, yet still struggle to hold abundance?
I may need to turn down or turn off the live feed. Okay, now how are we? Okay, are we back?
We're back. How does that feel?
Okay, that's better. I think that was on my end. So I think there
Okay.
was something I needed to do there. So
Here we go. Well, we
So-
just had a lot of energy in that last session, so for some reason that does not surprise me that things got a little glitched up. So I'm going to just start from the top. I'm not coughing anymore. I think we're ready to go. Welcome back,
Awesome.
everyone. In this next session, we'll be moving into a conversation many people truly carry quietly, and that's money and safety and the nervous system. Joy Baker, a spiritual healer and transformational coach, joins us for this really powerful conversation. Welcome, Joy.
Thank you, Dr. Sandra, for having me on your show. And yeah, now that we got that figured out, we can go ahead with this.
There we
That's
go.
awesome.
So, why do so many people, Joy, why do you think they do all the right things, manifesting, doing the affirmations, doing budgeting, yet they still struggle to hold abundance in their life?
Yeah, and we've all been there. That's a great question. Well, there's a couple things. If you're doing everything right, you're doing the manifestation and you're emotionally connecting to your vision and you're taking action, but there's a part of you that believes it's not possible. So you're taking the action, even emotionally connecting to that vision. But there's a small voice within your unconscious self, or your nervous system that is saying that's not possible. then you will self-sabotage. And that's often what we do. We get really pumped up, we get really connected to it, and then we'll self-sabotage just when it comes, especially just when it's about time to happen, whether a person is about to come into our life or the money is going to show up or something like that is going to happen, we'll go into self-sabotage. And often that's through the words we use towards ourselves. We'll start using words, well, why did I do that? How did I get that wrong again? How did I mess up? Then we start to feel heavy, and then everything slows down. And we've all had that experience. And so I would say one of the things you can ask, and I always share with my clients, I love this statement, so simple: what if it's possible? Because when you start, what if bypasses the resistance of the ego mind? It is something greater, that's your vision. And then saying possible over and over again, it opens up the energy within you and your energy field, and it allows possibilities and opportunities in. So if you're manifesting and taking all the steps and what you want just isn't showing up, then start saying, well, what if it's possible? What if it's possible? What if it's possible? And I've done this several times in my life. And eventually you're fine. You hear your mind go, it's possible, it's possible. And then it's like your unconscious self comes into alignment with your conscious self, and that's when flow starts to happen.
That's beautiful. And I'll be honest with you, I sort of feel like that was some of the mantra that went on with getting the summit together and pulling in some of the topics and the people. So there's some real life experience there for me. So, Joy, can you help me understand how the nervous system can carry ancestral money trauma, even when someone really is not necessarily conscious of that?
Absolutely, sure. So, as you know, we're energy. Everything is energy. The people who came before us, they're still part of this world. Their energy is, part of us. Our lives, all that energy, it's all energy. So in the quantum world, it's all happening now. And so those memories, let's say whether you had a past life or your ancestors had past lives, and we've gone through all kinds of stuff in past lives, where you lived lives of poverty or even homeless, or you had to do things you didn't want to do to make money to survive. If that, and generally in past lives, I mean, we weren't processing or, doing our inner work. That's really just started happening now. And that gets passed down. Now, plus you've got when you grow up, and like my parents went bankrupt. And so I carried on that pattern of scarcity. I went bankrupt twice, actually. And mainly because I just didn't think I was worth making money beyond just survival. And so I actually went bankrupt twice. And it wasn't until I started following my passion, which is healing and energy work, that the money situation started to change. So now you've got, let's say your parents went, either they never had enough money, you're on the verge of homelessness, or like my parents, they declared bankruptcy. So there's always, and I was being a very sensitive, child. I was, and understanding money, well, the way my parents, we learned it, I was always worried about, is there going to be enough food? Are we going to be able to pay, our bills? I mean, this is at like 9, 10, 11 years old, 12 years old. I was worried about this. And so I carried that so that got stuck in my nervous system, not the actual thought of how are we going to pay for this, but the energy of that. And that fear and worry, that now gets stuck in every cell of your being, and your nervous system affects, your entire body. So the body is always worried about, your mind body's always worried about, well, how is the money going to show up? And money, we need money for everything. Money is our safety and security in this world. And if we don't have that sense of safety and security, then you get stuck in the lower dimensions, the heavier thinking, the limited thinking, the limitations and scarcity and such. And it's like you just keep repeating over and over again. And that's where, manifestation comes in. So let's say you're stuck in that pattern of always being on edge. Am I going to run out of money? Well, if I'm not, and then as a child, we develop coping strategies that ensure our survival because we need our parents, the big people to take care of us. So we develop these coping strategies that as adults, they don't appear they're related directly to money, but we're now living and behaving according to these coping strategies we developed as a child. People pleasing is a big one. So I have to please others in order to ensure my needs are met. Now, it might not appear to be directly related to money, but money affects everything. And so if you're into people pleasing and you learn that as a child, you're pleasing others, it might now be for approval or validation or acceptance, but it's all energy and it's affecting. In other words, you're keeping yourself restricted, you're keeping your energy field restricted, your thoughts, your behaviors, your ways of being. That affects money. It's not like it's separate. So it all works together. So that fear and worry and anxiety it's about your survival growing up. And or let's say your parents had lots of money, but they always said, you're not good enough. You can't have this unless you do that, or unless you look this way or this weight, or you behave this way, you get these grades. Yeah, we'll reward you with money. So money itself wasn't an issue, but it was your way of being. All that gets stuck at a cellular level in your nervous system. And so now let's say you're doing all the manifestation steps, you're taking that action, and you're emotionally connecting because your emotions can act like a magnet, to your vision, and you to your vision, and your vision to you. And you're taking all those steps, but you're still doing the same childhood coping strategies of people pleasing and giving up your sense of power, your autonomy, your sense of self to ensure that others like you. These are all behaviors we learn as a child. Well, that is affecting, let's say your vision, let's say you've got some kind of vision or manifestation you want to actualize into your life. But that means you're having greater experiences, you're connecting with more people, you're interacting, you're doing things in a bigger way. But that means if you carry those same behaviors out into that bigger, it's like a bigger world, a bigger universe, it doesn't work because you're carrying those behaviors of scarcity and lack and limitation and need out into abundance. And it's like two different dimensions. And so start believing that it's possible, but also as you imagine, let's say whether it's buying a house, a car, travel, it's, whatever somebody wants to manifest, how are you going to feel? Empowered, confident, full of gratitude, appreciated, laughing, having fun, and really feel that and imagine your body feels that. Your mind, your body, you feel. So just imagine sitting up or standing up and feeling grounded. You put, as you walk, every foot, you feel it. You're confident, you're grounded, you're feeling good. You look around and life feels expansive and you're smiling and you notice people are smiling back at you. That's how you want to feel when you manifest that. And I can feel some resistance coming up like in the field here because people are saying, oh, but I'm only safe if I'm playing small. And so that one of the techniques I used extensively for probably 20 years was EFT, emotional freedom technique, the tapping technique.
Oh, love tapping.
Yeah, anything like that. I'm only safe when I play small. All you have to do is tap. And that releases, these are meridian endpoints, and your meridians, that's the energy that the energy flows along your meridians. And so if you've got a belief such as, I'm only safe when I play small, and then that of course affects the money, then when you tap, what it does, it doesn't release the belief per se, but it releases emotional attachment to that. And so energy starts to move. And then as you release emotional attachment to that, your energy starts to expand, you let go of that. And then you can more powerfully connect to your vision and feeling confident and grounded and expansive and joyful and enjoying and experiencing heartfelt connections with others, uplifting connections with others. And it is possible. And if any part of you is saying, oh, I'm not sure, we'll say, what if it is possible? What if it's possible for me to feel good and safe when feeling confident and grounded? What if it's possible for me to interact with others and have amazing interactions where I walk away and I feel inspired and joyful and I'm seeing things from new points of view? What if it's possible? And as you say that more and more, I like to walk, I'm a big walker, and I would go for walks and just keep saying, what if it's possible? What if it's possible? What if it's possible? And because I think about what I want to do, this was about the time I started this healing business or just before, and I started saying, what if it's possible? And my ego mind would come in and say, well, it's not, and would give me all these excuses and all the evidence and stories why it's not possible. And I'd say, okay, well, what if it is possible? And I'd keep bringing myself back to that. What if it's possible? What if it's possible? And eventually my mind started saying it's possible. And I actually did that for 2 years before I got on my first podcast and started building my business. So yeah, what if it's possible has played a big part in my life and where I am now.
Well, that's beautiful. I love that. And that's such a simple tool and it's very powerful. So a lot of what you talked about was very 3D consciousness. And is that what you mean by emotional imprints when you were talking about like the childhood things with your parents and the money scarcity?
Yeah,
So,
that would be, go ahead.
so what are your thoughts about how does shifting into a more 5D oriented consciousness change abundance from something that we try to force to something that could actually naturally flow?
Awesome. Good question. So in 5D consciousness, it's flow. And so think of it the easiest way. I like simple explanation. So the simplest way to understand the dimensions, the third dimension, which we've all been birthed into for thousands of years, we're all very familiar with it. It's fear-based, and it's all about lack, limitation, scarcity, and worry, doubt, and such. So think of fear as a thread that holds all those beliefs, the thoughts, the emotions, the behaviors, the ways of being, all that together. Okay, now the fifth dimension, that the thread that holds that all together is divine love. And so it's like a thread that holds everything together and all the emotions that align with divine love: happiness, joyfulness, gratitude, fun, laughter, compassion, understanding, and abundance is part of that. In that realm, abundance flows. And so that's the fourth dimension is, it's like a tunnel or a portal between the two of them. So you've got the fear-based third dimension, the love-based fifth dimension, and the dimension in between that. Think of a portal or a tunnel. And that's when you're doing your inner work. That's when you have the aha moments and, okay, that's, you figured it out. You're in the fourth dimension. So it's like a gateway or an entrance into the higher dimensions. And where many people get stuck or things don't really change is, let's say you're doing your inner work around money and you've had all these realizations and awareness and, okay, that's why I'm stuck. And we've all done that. It's like, and it feels so good. You relax, the stress is gone. It feels so good. But often we stop there. And most often, that's where we stop. Okay, I feel good. That's been figured out. But you're still in the fourth dimension. What you want to do is get to that fifth dimension, the higher dimensions of love and beauty and grace and abundance and flow and ease. And so that's where you have your vision. It's like, okay, let go of that, feeling relaxed and at ease. And now you've got this vision of something greater. And then that vision takes you into the higher dimensions, fifth dimension and above. and you're feeling relaxed and at ease and full of gratitude. And in that moment of expansion and relaxation, that's when you can powerfully connect to your vision. Now, we go back between dimensions. We're here to cycle between the dimensions. Some people will feel, so good, and you feel that your vision is coming in, but then they get down on themselves because they go back to that third dimension. But we're here as light workers. We are here to see the light. So you spend time in the fifth dimension in that flow and ease, and that's when money flows to you. And you say, oh my gosh, how did that happen? But then let's say an unexpected bill comes in, or your child or your parent or your dog or something like that needs there's an unexpected bill. And well, you haven't messed up. You haven't done anything wrong. You're going back to the third dimension because you're seeding that light, because you just spent time in the higher dimensions. That's why you're here. That's your purpose. Even if you're not working as a healer or an energy worker, you are living your purpose by cycling through the dimensions. Ascension is when it's not about staying in one dimension, just the feel-good dimensions. It's about how quickly you can go back to the third dimension and use everything you've learned and understood and all the tools to get out of that heaviness and the density and the limitation. In other words, let's say an unexpected bill comes in, and at first maybe that would set somebody back for a few days or a few weeks, or just you're stuck in that heaviness and lack and limitation. Now, because you're on this path of this journey of awareness, now this unexpected bill comes in, and you're like, okay, well, that happened. I'm not crazy about it, but how do I move out of this? How do I find the money I need, or I trust that the money will show up? And how can I release this heaviness and fear and feel good again? Well, trust is a big part of that. Trusting that what you're looked after, you're taken care of, what you need will show up, and then go back to your vision. So ascension isn't about just staying in the feel-good dimensions. It's about how quickly can you, use the tools and feel good about yourself and move into the higher dimensions.
Wow, that's a lot. It's really important and it's meaningful. I cannot believe that we've gone through our session already. I feel like we need another half hour
I know.
here
I'm like,
to
oh my
cover
gosh.
so many of these topics.
Yeah.
Are you open to providing a little healing or something for the group
Sure,
as we end?
absolutely. So I've got about a few minutes, okay?
Yeah,
About 3 minutes?
absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so first of all, just put your hand on your heart and breathe into your heart. There you go. Just let your whole self relax. And all the stress, lack, limitation around money, appreciate it. Let's take a moment to appreciate it, because it's been showing you something about yourself, your life, your past that needs to be healed. So thank all of that for the healing. And now allow yourself to let that go. Say, thank you, lack, and now I let you go. Thank you, scarcity, for the lessons you have blessed me with. And now I release you to the light. And I allow myself to feel expansive, supported, grounded, empowered, confident. And I allow myself to receive ever increasing amounts of money with flow, ease, grace. And I give myself permission to feel good about receiving ever increasing amounts of money. Thank you, universe. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Namaste.
Namaste. That was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you for having me on.
Oh, absolutely. This session reminds us that abundance It's not something we force or that we can think our way out of. That's what, that was an important point. It's something the body really learns to feel safe receiving. And when we soften out those old imprints and allow the nervous system to settle, flow becomes possible. I love that word. It's possible. It's possible in a much more natural way. Thank you, Joy, for sharing your wisdom, presence, and your lived experience. For the listeners out there, to learn more about Joy, you can go to her website, courageinaction.com. Thanks again, Joy.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Hi, Amanda Lieber is with me. Welcome back. We're glad you're here for this session, Soul Alignment, Nervous System, Safety Beyond Conditioning. Amanda Lieber is a medium, an intuitive, and an energy guide, and she will be joining us in this conversation. Her work helps people reconnect with their soul essence in a way that feels safe, grounded, and embodied. Through her work with energy colors, she offers a practical framework for understanding how alignment between soul and nervous system supports clarity and regulation as well as self-trust. Welcome to the summit, Amanda.
Thank you so much for having me. I am overjoyed to be here.
So, for the people who are new to your work, can you explain how you understand the connection between alignment and nervous system safety, especially when so many people are feeling pressure, urgency, or anxiety right now? You have so much uniqueness to your work.
Thank you for saying that. And I see alignment and nervous system balance or harmony as pretty synonymous. You know, in order to be aligned, we actually have to be balanced or have some balance in the nervous system. And of course, you know, the nervous system, it's not just, you know, this fixed state. It is something that does fluctuate on a level similar to energy and an alignment. We're not going to, you know, spirit is 100% in alignment all the time, but we are all spirit, but kind of living in a body for now. And so because of that, we are going to, you know, fluctuate in and out of alignment in, you know, from fear to more higher states like love and wisdom. And so the more we can kind of find balance in our nervous system, the more we will just feel aligned on a soul level and vice versa.
Perfect. Before we get into your work with colors, I did want to ask you about your work with the ego and the soul. So in your work, the ego isn't bad, so to speak. How do you help people work with that ego energy without trying to silence it or fix it while still letting the soul take the lead?
I love that question. And I think the first piece is understanding that the ego and this person that, you know, many of us believe that we are is something that our soul or the higher part of us actively chose in order to further our own growth and evolution on a soul level. So everything, all of the quote unquote good and all of the quote unquote challenges, they are all, you know, for our advancement. They're all for, you know, our highest good. So there is nothing about the ego that is unwanted, actually. What's unwanted is kind of the resistance that we can create in this ego. And when we, you know, lead with the soul, when we really kind of get into that, whether we want to call it alignment or love consciousness, or there's just so many terms for this idea of leading with the soul, the ego just kind of naturally, it doesn't fall away. Because as, you know, my belief is that, you know, just being a person, being in this physical body, we will have to have some, you know, form of ego. But the ego just takes kind of that back seat and is still there. You know, there's so much beauty in all of these challenges, all of this conditioning that, you know, that we created, again, that we chose. And it really is meant to be our teacher and be with us on some level. But I think the human condition, we want to blow up those, you know, that resistance or those challenges and make that, you know, such a part of our existence, when in reality, it's just the soul sees it as like a teeny tiny speck.
Yeah.
We are.
I feel like that's starting to shift these days a little bit more. So I love that you actually do work that specifically addresses it and helps people like refocus that a little bit. But let's shift to your work with the energy colors. I found this like really amazing. So it's my understanding that this wasn't something that you set out to create a system of energy colors, I believe that they emerged organically through your mediumship work that you do. Can you share how the energy colors first began showing up for you and how you came to understand what they represent?
Yeah. So thank you so much for that question. And that's exactly right. This whole idea of working with color as energy was something that I almost see that it evolved over time. And it was something that I believe was kind of given to me. There was zero intention of creating a system, or it just kind of naturally evolved. And how it started out was when I was kind of evolving in my journey as a psychic medium, and I was doing readings, what's called evidential mediumship, which is when we kind of bring forth our deceased loved ones. And I noticed that, first of all, spirit often communicates in symbols. And I noticed I started receiving colors. Like I'd get either one or two colors, like just at the outset when I'd kind of meet the spirit. And, as a medium, you're trained to tell your client verbatim what you receive. And I would say, the spirit is coming through with purple. And often I'd hear things like, oh, that was her favorite color or whatever it was. And just kind of over time, I started to realize that these colors had a meaning. I just started seeing a lot of, patterns based on doing many readings, and just noticing that certain colors were kind of aligned with certain characteristics. And just over time, I just kind of saw that this was more than just, random colors. This was really either the way that my mind was translating energy or the way spirit was helping me translate energy. I kind of like to see it that way. But I ultimately, it really resonated because, first of all, when it just kind of like the colors just appear spontaneously when I either meet a spirit
Yeah.
on the other side or a live person. And so it's not, there's kind of no thinking there. It just kind of spontaneously comes up or arises, the color. But so this over time evolved as a system for kind of understanding energy and different energetic patterns.
So you see it as really a symbolic language, at least for you, between you and spirit. So,
Yes.
Amanda, what's the difference with soul colors and persona colors? Can you talk more about that?
Yes. So this was something that also evolved over time. I realized that colors in the aura, or colors however they appear in the energy field, kind of fall into two categories. One is what I call, this is something that I kind of added to the system, is this idea of soul colors, which represent our deepest soul desires, like our deeper soul purpose, like really what our soul, like this is the energy of what our soul is here to do, or really to be, but just the energies that our soul wants to bring forth very strongly. And then there are these persona colors that I name them, and they are more aligned with our conditioning and our more egoic tendencies. So they're often learned behaviors. And something that I've realized over time is often those persona colors, you will kind of see them in your parents or caregivers or people that you're around. You kind of just pick them up from, loved ones in your life or society in general. But it's so freeing when you can distinguish between these persona colors and soul colors, because often we'll find, or have found in my work, that the persona colors are subconsciously or unconsciously leading the way. We think we are our conditioning, and the soul just ends up being this tiny little, again, this speck there, just in the background there. Often, it can even be dormant, or just not as bright. And the other piece that even though, the aura has these colors reflected, I think are kind of I don't want to call it a goal, but kind of the evolution is to actually be all the colors, like be the whole rainbow. You're not just limited by these, 4 or 5 colors that appear in your aura. But I believe, in what I've seen to be true, is that once we kind of gain this, clarity and ground into our soul colors. First of all, these persona colors just kind of, naturally align, but then we can kind of bring forward other energies. So often when I see a really evolved soul, someone who's done a lot of work, I see many colors, often the entire
That's
rainbow.
so fascinating. When someone begins to recognize the difference between their conditioned patterns and their deeper essence, what you call the persona energy and the soul energy, what tends to shift in the body or the nervous system first, do you think?
Yeah. So that, it's like that energy of that aha moment of,
Ah, I love an aha moment.
isn't it just like relief? It's an energy of, and it's that light bulb of like almost you're just also, it's this relief, but you're like kind of lighting a fire. And it just, like the whole system kind of relaxes, because the other piece is just, as a human and being in this ego in this body, we want answers. We want to know, like, definitively, what's our purpose? Like, who am I? And of course, these are questions that are, that are just not these don't have these black and white answers that we want. But I think this system of color and of just understanding, these soul energies versus the persona energies do help us gain some clarity and understanding without trying to, limit us or overly define us, because that would be impossible and that wouldn't feel good.
Yeah, there's definitely no boxes to check off, although I'm sure there's many of us who wish it was that simple, but I think that would defeat the purpose of this embodiment in this lifetime. Is there a way people can start noticing their energy color in everyday life without needing a reading, or is it okay? Yeah, I'm open.
Absolutely. Yes. And so the first thing I want to say is, this idea of, we hear this phrase of everything we need is already inside. And it's the same with your colors and everything else. Like, you already intuitively know your colors. And I think a lot of times when people come to me, sometimes they're surprised by their soul colors because they're so used to, kind of being in these more egoic colors. But for example, Dr. Sandra, you're wearing a green jacket and you have heavy green in your field. It's just, we are often kind of drawn to the colors. Often they actually will be our favorite colors, our soul colors. Yeah. But so obviously that can feel like, oh, so I just know my soul colors. That should be easy. But of course, again, we overthink and it's hard to kind of get in that zone of, so the key is to really relax the nervous system in any way that kind of feels good. Take some deep breaths, meditate, just kind of sit in silence, really ground, feel present, and then ask. It's, whether you want to see it as asking your higher self, your spirit guides, just, the universe, just ask. And, don't even put pressure on to get more than one. Just ask for one to start. See what feels good. And you can also, like, literally try it on. See, does this resonate? Does this feel aligned? Do I like the way this feels? And it's also interesting because I find that what we want to be true, like our dreams that maybe we don't even tell people about, are often the truest parts of ourselves. Like, if you want pink to be your color, I can almost promise you pink is there somewhere.
Yeah, I did want to ask you about the pink color actually, but so color is really important to me. And it's interesting because colors affect people differently, but this might be too much information. Because I decided to tone my house down a little bit and went neutral for most of the house. And it was sort of like letting go of something that was important to me. So this room that I'm sitting in, I have my mac and cheese wall behind me, which I love. And on the right, I have a bright magenta wall. And on the left, I have a very deep royal purple wall. And in front of me, I have a deep teal wall. So, and I like come alive in this room. Like, this room gives me peace where other people might find it a little stimulating. So the whole work you do with the colors is fascinating to me. So would you be willing to briefly walk us through like the main energy colors, and are there like practices that can go with them?
Yes, I would love to. So first of all, I love that you chose the mac and cheese wall as the wall that, we all see, because yellow, I can go in order in terms of the rainbow, but also just to let everyone know, even though there are many different colors, like teal obviously is a color, but I kind of see it as, seven basic colors, the rainbow plus pink.
Okay.
But I love that this mac and cheese color is kind of in the background. It's kind of a blend of yellow, which yellow it has like a very, leadership type of energy, and orange, which is a teacher energy. So that just,
Fascinating.
I know, just this like perfect background for you, and what you're doing now. And I'm sure what you want to, kind of those energies you want to give off. But to start kind of at the bottom, or maybe it's the top of the rainbow, with red. So red is really kind of symbolizes, like, it's very an action oriented color. It's very physically grounded, and on a soul level, a huge part of red's purpose is to be embodied. Like, this would be the energy of just somebody who is kind of just a very physical person, maybe is truly into physical fitness and their body, like their physique in general, but also is kind of likes to build. Like, and you might see this as like building muscle, but building businesses. Like, often when I see red, like, it's a very entrepreneurial, risk-taking energy. It's a very beautiful energy that, interestingly enough, I don't naturally have in my aura, but I have a lot of people in my life with red, because that's
Interesting.
supposed to be brought in. And so, yeah, so red really, it's as I said, on a soul level, like, wants to be embodied and really actually create in this physical world of ours. But often it won't be embodied. Like, when it's not in alignment, it can
Okay.
tend to anger or frustration or impulsivity. So any sort of practice that gets red into the body, like, for example, if we want to look at meditation, like a body scan meditation, or actually progressive muscle relaxation, is a really beautiful tool for red. And so moving up onto orange. Orange, I see as such a creative energy. It's the joy finder. It's all about adventure and this bigger vision. And so it really needs play. It really needs to feel like this big, expansive energy. And, energy, orange is that energy of the teacher. And it's that energy of really co-creation. Like, a really good teacher is not somebody, standing on a pedestal talking down to the students. Like, he or she, they are like in the middle, and everyone's kind of together. So actually, at a soul level, orange is all about kind of co-creation. It again is this creativity, but a co-creation. And actually, a very simple energetic tool for orange is dancing. Like, this would be put on like the oldest, most ridiculous song you can think of that you love, and just like go all out and dance. The energy of also shaking your body. Orange can definitely like get overwhelmed with emotion. So that shaking can kind of be also incredibly helpful.
Okay.
And so yellow, as I had said before, is really on a soul level, is meant to shine. It is meant to kind of, it is this a bit of a more masculine energy. And it's really meant to kind of lead and be a beacon of light for others, of course.
Mhm.
And yellow kind of struggles. It is like, it's a very intellectual energy, and it can struggle with overthinking and really getting in the head. And so a very important practice for yellow, of course, is, anything, as we can say, is important. It's always important to be in the body. Any form of nervous system regulation is going to help, all the colors. But in terms of yellow, a really powerful practice would probably be either, I would say, journaling, or journaling, but actually scripting. would be a really powerful practice,
Oh,
which is
that's so interesting that you say that. Okay.
so in terms of
A conversation for another day.
yes, exactly. Conversation for another day. But scripting is basically a manifestation technique where you kind of write your day or an experience as though it's already happened.
Mhm.
So this is the most joyful day, and it just kind of gets really like builds that energy. And green, I always like when I think of the nervous system, I often think of green because green can really is such a sensitive energy. It's so heart centered and can really struggle with anxiety and perfectionism and almost like this black and white thinking. And by the way, when I see green, like immediately I know you had a strict childhood on some level. There was some sort of
Mhm.
rigidity. But the flip side is green is really talented at kind of seeing these black and white because they're meant to be the harmonizer and the healer. Like green has the biggest talent for healing. And one practice that I love for green is EFT tapping, any sort of grounding with, just walking on the earth with your earthing with your feet is incredibly powerful. Being with animals, green, being in nature, all of that, because it reflects the truth of what you are, of who we are to us. And green, really feels the harmony.
I'm going to tell you spot on. Go ahead.
And blue, so blue is a color very close to my heart. And blue is another one that had a bit of a difficult upbringing, really kind of didn't feel seen as a child. And blue is another high sensitive but it's more of, this is the emotional X-ray vision of the colors. Like this is that energy of depth, of intensity that not everyone is comfortable around because blue can read kind of everything. And the issue with blue is often as a child, at some point, someone denies blue or denies, blue's feelings, and blue learns to kind of repress their feelings and intuition. And so really it becomes this journey, this like more deep journey into transformation. It can take kind of a little bit longer to come into alignment, but ultimately blue has this gift of self-expression like no other. And it's the poet, the singer, a lot of actors and actresses are blue, writers, speakers. It's the communicator. Actually, blue is the color of mediumship too. It's like this communicator, and it's this ability to communicate with such beauty and vulnerability through like this raw authenticity that kind of comes with feeling things so deeply. And so blue is another a big need to journal anything with a voice. So actually, I love audio journaling when you just literally speak into your phone and listen to it. Yeah, and humming would be another beautiful blue nervous system balancer. Singing, any sort of singing. I actually had taken vocal lessons, and I was shocked at how much that helped my nervous system, just the using voice. And then going up to purple. Purple, when it's not aligned, can be a very isolating energy because it can kind of feel like so different and almost like an alien because it really is so in alignment with spirit. And actually on the flip side of purple is unity. Purple is like that unifier. Purple knows that we are all spirit. We are all, we are all one. And, but it can really struggle with, if it does not have a strong spiritual practice or, no one kind of showed them the way or just, for a while, especially as a younger one can struggle with that. So purple like absolutely needs to be connected spiritually. Meditation is huge, huge, huge for purple. And purple is probably the one energy that being in the body is always important, but it's probably less so for purple. But I would say prayer and just like this, even if you're not, it's not a religious thing at all, but just bringing in your guides, bringing in, asking for help, like constantly communicating with spirit. And last but not least is pink, another color very near and dear to my heart. And pink is another extreme sensitive. It is really at the highest level is the energy of the divine feminine. And it is so, its gift is being, we're all receivers, but pink is like really meant to receive, surrender, trust, all of that stuff is just such a higher purpose of pink. And pink is all about unapologetically following your own heart. But on the flip side, we often see pink really will follow the leader for much of their life. They will, follow others, but also just, want to people please, just want to create the peace at all costs.
Interesting.
Yeah, and another piece is that, like I always like to say, pink doesn't just wear someone else's shoes; they can't take the shoes off. So, yeah.
That's interesting. Gosh, Amanda, I could probably talk another hour with you about this. I feel like we're truly just touching the tip of the iceberg. One last quick thought that you would like to leave for people who are just taking this in for the first time, because there's so much really powerful, meaningful information you just shared. What
Yeah.
would you like to leave with people real quick?
So I think it's important to remember that energy is constant, alignment is constantly available, and actually it's really all that is the truth of who we are. We are these aligned beings. It's nothing that we need to create. It's more of just remembering and accessing and shifting our focus. So it's just, I never want somebody to think, oh, I'm not in an aligned version of my blue or my yellow. It's all good. It's all part of the process of, forgetting and remembering. And isn't that part of the joy of being here, being in this physical world, is having that, recognition. So there's nothing bad. There's nothing you're ever doing wrong. You are exactly where you need to be.
Beautiful. I love it. What a great way to end, and what a great message for the nervous system. Thank you, Amanda, for sharing all of this work with us. I hope we can reconnect again. For the people out there who are fascinated like I am by this whole conversation, to learn more about Amanda and her work, you can go to her website, amandaliebermedium.com. And that's Amanda, and I'm going to get this right, Amanda, Lieber, medium.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. This has been such a joy.
Welcome back, everyone. We're so glad you joined us for this session on inner guidance and attunement for helpers and healers. In this session, Benita Silver explores how chronic caregiving, empathy, responsibility can quietly tax the nervous system over time. Drawing on her 4 decades as a psychotherapist, her work as an intuitive healer and a spiritual mentor, Benita offers compassion, practical insights into restoring regulation, reconnecting with yourself, and caring for others without losing yourself in the process. Happy to have you here, Benita.
Hey, Sandra, it's great to see you again. Yeah.
Yes, absolutely. Benita, for helpers and healers who are deeply attuned to others, how do you recognize when they have lost attunement with themselves?
All right. So, yeah, I mean, first of all, the greatest gift that we offer as helpers and healers is the tool of ourselves, which is attunement first and foremost with ourselves. And so, when we're kicked off our kilter, when we're experiencing dissonance, what ifs, anxiety, muscular tension, there are all kinds of indicators within our system that are telling us that we've derailed from our true essence, from our attunement with others, because we've been kicked off our own kilter. And so it's about paying attention to the other self and the fields that we create in this attunement with self, other, and source.
Many helpers intellectually, they know the importance of self-care, yet they still override their own needs. What do you see happening internally that makes that pattern so persistent with so many people?
I think a lot of it is within the culture that's been imposed upon us as helpers and healers, that we are expected to serve others, often at a cost to ourselves, which is not the way to go. And we see this in the medical profession. I mean, you know, in terms of doctors who are training and, you know, having 12-hour shifts, which really is unsustainable. Within the mental health field, in terms of that we are here to serve clients, and it's all about the giving, giving, giving. And again, you know, then we adopt those beliefs, those perceptions that we're not doing enough for others, and we forget about ourselves.
So, why are helpers and healers especially vulnerable to nervous system depletion, even when they love the work they're doing? Because, you know, most of us are very passionate about it.
Yeah, at our core, we really want to serve humankind. And we want, I know for me, you know, that the greatest gift I experience is witnessing the evolution of consciousness right before me, my clients' growth, their attunement with themselves, their resonance, their knowing and embodying who they are at the core. And so that is the greatest gift. And so we're earnest. And oftentimes we also think that we are the givers of healing to others when it's a co-creative process. My right earring is rapping on me.
No.
I just got a message. Maybe I'll just take these off. Okay. All right. So, okay.
Yeah, and I think that that's actually an important point because we do co-create, and more times than not, we're really the facilitators of it, for sure.
Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. And, you know, we have to watch out for what I call is the slippery dick of the ego. It kind of insinuates its way in there, and then it takes us over and it says, you know, we should, and I'm the healer. And also, I mean, there is benefit to helping others. And the reality is that most of us are the wounded healers. And so we're not true altruists. We do want to serve others, but oftentimes it's at a service to ourselves. I mean, I don't know how many times I hear from my clientele, as well as my own experience, is that I'm sitting with a client and they are providing for me guidance about my own internal process that I'm undergoing at the time. So, yeah.
I can see that. How does chronic empathy or responsibility really just in a quiet way start to tax the nervous system over time?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that our primary focus becomes the client. And again, that we may bring the work home, we may second guess ourselves, we may have difficulty with sleeping, we may should on ourselves, I should have, that kind of thing. We may beat ourselves up. But the thing that's so key about all of that is all of those human experiences, the doubt, the questioning, the discomfort, the dissonance that we experience, whether it's mentally or in our bodies, that also provides us with guidance in terms of that those parts of us are wanting for us to feel in alignment, to feel calm, to feel certain and clear. And so it's about trusting that and acknowledging what arises. And so it's kind of like what ends up happening, the way I see it, is that we are human and we have a human experience, which involves thoughts, feelings, and actions. And we're also a soul. And so when we're experiencing kind of the dissonance, then that's the human experience. I call that the clangs that occur. We can kind of feel them in our body, tension, or it just, it's kind of like, ugh. And that is calling for our attention. And we also have our soul's guidance, the intuition, a sense of resonance, a sense of calm, well-being, expansion, high vibration, which is also providing us with guidance. And the idea is that we're wanting mutuality, we're wanting like a sacred union of the human experience as well as the soul's experience. And then we can move forward in resonance with ourselves. It's not about disregarding the clangs, it's about honoring them and inquiring of them. Like, what guidance are they trying to provide me? And so this internal experience represents a conflict, oftentimes, between our soul, our higher self, and the human. And so when we're able to weave them together, honor it all, because that is what we are, the all of the human, the all of the soul, then we can find alignment. And then we can trust our intuition to guide us, as well as address the doubts. And with that resonance within, then we're better able to attune to our clients, because we're not these invisible screens. I was taught as a therapist that it was all about the client, and that I wasn't even supposed to really, I was supposed to be like this blank screen. And I realized, very early on, when as a therapist, when a supervisor of mine told me to stop crying, because I would feel empathy for my clients and that they're suffering. And I would just naturally well up in tears. I wasn't out of control or anything, but she kept telling me I had to stop crying. And what I realized was I tried, because I was young, and I was digging my fingers into my palm, trying not to cry. And then I questioned, where's my focus? My focus is on digging my fingers in and trying not to cry, which derailed me from my focus and my attunement with my client. And then I realized that's fucked up. I'm not going to do that. And I would tell my clients up front that, hey, this is something you need to know about me. I will have tears well up. I'm totally cool with it. And that my work is to maintain presence and awareness of you so that I can serve you. And so there's the attunement. It's once we drop into this higher self, our higher self, then I feel, for me, what ends up happening is that I'm present with my client. I am attuned, heart to heart with them, and soul to soul with them. They can feel a resonance with my energy, which allows them to drop into their higher self. And so we have what I call is this horizontal attunement. We're connected. And that then we're creating this field of the we. And that I bring myself in. And that they bring themselves, their parts, their human parts, their soul. And then we're tapping into the vertical attunement of soul, of source, which is the soul of them, the soul of me, and a higher consciousness. And we just trust what is present, whatever arises. And so, yeah, that's where the magic actually occurs, is when we enter into the mystery of the present moment and we're curious. And then there's guidance, whether it's from our human self, that's saying, oh, this doesn't resonate, or the intuition of the soul.
That was very powerful. And I love the direction that you took that. It was, it's amazing that you were able to connect and make that decision very early on in your career with that. So you've talked about the intuition a couple of times with that in your work. How does building relationship with one's inner guidance or intuition change the way helpers relate to responsibility, like the perfectionism or the just saying yes too often?
Yeah. It's, I feel like the more that we tune into ourselves and that we're listening to that, we're aware of the perfectionism, we're feeling kind of a motor running, we're feeling like we got to do something. And then it's like we're chasing something ahead in the future. And that then we're trying to make things happen rather than slowing down, and we come back to presence with ourselves in the moment. And the beautiful thing about being present with oneself in the moment is it's totally streamlined. I mean, it's like all I got to do is come back to me, come back to me, come back to my awareness of myself, come back to my awareness of my client. What are they saying? How are they feeling? And then it's like, yeah, it's just a beautiful process. So, yeah, it's, I mean, we do get caught up in the roles, and it's our bodies provide us with a beautiful instrument of discernment. And our minds too, when we're working, when we're thinking, the what ifs, the I gotta, the I should have, all this stuff. I mean, the I gotta is about the future. It's about going into the future. I gotta do this, which I did not do. Or the I shoulda brings us back to the past in terms of what we did, which wasn't good enough. And those thoughts are converging in the present. They're informing us right here and right now, but they're taking us out of presence by shooting us into the future of what we gotta do and shooting us back to the past in terms of what we didn't do. And so then it's like, let me pay attention to that. What is the essence of what those thoughts, those statements that I'm telling myself are trying to gear me to? And then it's like, then we can discern, we can really explore, we can talk to ourselves in terms of, okay, did I do the best job possible in that moment? One of the things that I learned just with my first therapist was that she said, you cannot see what you cannot see. And so then it's like when we see it, and we often see things after the fact, then we beat ourselves up. And so in that moment, though, that we were taking action or we were talking, we did the best we could in that experience. You know, we don't beat up babies who have not yet walked. You know, they're still crawling. They're doing the best they can, and they will evolve to the point where they will, typically, they'll walk. And so we often beat ourselves up for not seeing, not knowing, and not accepting where we were at that time, wishing it had been different. But it's like we can celebrate that awareness. It's like, oh, now I'm aware of how I can be or what I can say. Tuning into that as guidance, not as berating oneself, but guiding oneself. Does that make sense?
It does. It does. So I feel like that there's sort of an in-between state though. So you talk about the attunement and coming back to presence, and the end point all makes sense to me. But many times as people are caught up in their juggling work, family, service, and all of those things, and they're teetering on burning out, like, are there smaller steps that they can get there? I mean, the end process is simple, but we usually don't see it as simple. We see it as overwhelming,
Yeah,
which
because
means we never get to the simple part.
right. Yeah, and the simple part really is, from my perspective, it's like we do get overwhelmed because our lives are so full, like you're saying. You know, we have family, we have responsibilities, we got to cook dinner, clean the dishes, we have a business clientele, we're trying to make money, all that stuff. And it's like, yeah, that is all happening. And that it's about, like, in the internal family systems model, it's about being the capital letter I in the middle of the storm. And if we're not aware that we're overwhelmed, then we can't do anything. We're run by that overwhelm, that anxiety, and we're going. And that's why, for me, I promote, yeah, the greatest power that we have is coming back to presence with ourselves, which is a practice. It's a continual practice. And
Okay.
that what's beautiful about it is that we can practice this any moment of the day. I mean, Thich Nhat Hanh has a beautiful excerpt in his book, The Miracle of Mindfulness, about washing the dishes, to wash the dishes, not to get them done, but being with the dishes. And this body, the senses, are what ground us to the experience of the present moment. If we're attuned to what we're hearing, if we're attuned to what we see, truly, you know, smelling the flowers, seeing the beauty of nature, feeling our footsteps on the ground, you know, being embraced by a loved one, and that we're present in those moments, those things just help the nervous system relax. And then when we enter in the present moment, we end up stepping over the threshold into the infinite and the eternal. And there's this space that occurs, a window of opportunity in that moment when we can be aware of, we don't have to go so fast. Do I have a choice? I see that I'm anxious. What can I do to bring myself into alignment? And it's different for everyone. But the senses, they assist us in anchoring into the present. And again, when we're present, then our whole nervous system relaxes because each moment presents itself one after another, and we're dropped in, and we're present, and we're feeling. And we're allowing ourselves spaciousness, time, and attention to ourselves, development of relationship with ourselves.
Okay, that was beautiful. Your thoughts on some early signs that you have seen that someone might be able to recognize when a helper's nervous system is asking for attunement rather than more effort or self-care task?
Oh, well, burnout is a good one. Yeah. And, it's kind of like what is dominating, what's taking up real estate in my mind? Am I thinking constantly about work, about my clients, about the what ifs, about the I gottas? It's like, and that is, I think, one of the biggest signs that we're on a road to burnout, because we are then outwardly directed and we're attempting to affect change in someone else. And so it's like, then, it's that we're not really spending time with ourselves to enjoy life. And we can only enjoy life in the present moment. We can only live in the present moment. And so, again, the awareness is key. And so mindfulness, again, is kind of the base, is foundational for us as helpers and healers. It enhances our attunement, our listening, our compassion, our connection with our clients.
Okay. So how can the helpers begin to recognize when they're operating from burden rather than grounded or a resource self? I feel a lot of times people don't recognize that they're coming from a state of burden.
Yeah. And that's in the IFS language or modality is called being blended with a part. That the part takes us over, and then we see the world from its perspective. The overwhelm, the fear, the doubt, the I gottas. And so we're not aware of that. And we're acting from it. And the idea is, can we get some separation from it? And not trying to impose separation on that part. So the first part is like tuning into the body. How relaxed is the body? And if there's not the relaxation, it's like we can spend a moment with the body, that part. What's it trying to tell us? And trusting whatever comes up, no matter how bizarre. It's kind of like that our bodies and these parts within us express themselves. And that if we're paying attention to them, they're just like people, really, the parts within us. They're just like people. They love us focusing on them. They love for us to connect with them. They love that we're inquiring of them, getting to know them from an open state of, let's say, curiosity or compassion. Okay. If we're coming in with an agenda of, I don't like that part, I want to get rid of it, then the part, just like a person, is going to become defensive and shut down or disappear or walk away or get angry or whatever. And so it's like, can we drop into a state of curiosity about our experience, about muscular tension, about the repeated perseverative thoughts of the I gotta. It's like, oh, I keep thinking, I gotta do this, I gotta do that, I gotta do this. And then it's like, okay, and then being aware that I'm doing. And oftentimes with the doing, we get exhausted. We also do for others, and then we develop resentment toward others when in fact we're the ones who are the doing. And so it's kind of like, can we develop the awareness? Like if there's resentment, for instance, that is like a red flag saying, pay attention to me. I'm resentful towards you because there's a need in me that is not being met. And rather than blaming the individual, the other individual, it's not about blaming oneself though, but it's about taking an accounting of what needs of mine are not being met. What do I need in the equation? And then being able to sit with that, to recognize that, honor that, and express that, setting boundaries about the giving. I mean, it kind of, again, one of the things that happens so often is that the learning comes after the fact. If I'm giving, and then I'm resentful, then I'm like, I'm in trouble, okay? Because something ain't working, okay? And because if we're going to give, then we want to give generously, but not necessarily selflessly. We want to be in attunement with ourselves, feeling good about the giving. So the resentment is a red flag that then provides an inroads to, why am I resentful? What need do I have that's not being met? And the reality is, when we take a reckoning within ourselves, then we are actually empowering ourselves to really, because we're the only one who can be responsible for getting our needs met. And so discerning what the need is, then I can change the dynamic and I can start expressing what my need is. But the important thing is oftentimes, I mean, I've seen this with me, is I'll say, okay, here's my boundary. And then someone will just kind of like, they'll work on me and I'll collapse. And then, but the thing is, that's me. And so I bring it back to me and I'm like, okay, I did it again. I would say I was setting a boundary and I didn't hold to the boundary. So it's about trusting the emotion. Okay, I'm resentful. It's telling me I have a need. I'm articulating the need. I'm stating the need. But then it's my job to adhere to my own boundary, which is a big, I mean, that's taking action. Yeah. And then, but with all that, the trusting of the emotion, the articulating it, verbalizing it, and the behavior, then we're coalescing within ourselves. And we're also expressing a congruent picture, a congruency to others, and that people will know that we're meaning business. And it's not at a cost to them. But again, when we bring our whole self and we're expressing our vulnerability, hey, I realized that I, went a little overboard, or, yeah, I realized you wanted to see me today at 1:00, and then trusting like, oh, they want to see me at 1:00. Here it is, 10 a.m. It's like, oh, it's like that clang is like saying, not necessarily so. Then I'm watching oneself. How can I express to them this boundary with compassion? I'm sorry, I can't see you today at 1:00, but I can see you tomorrow, or I can see you at 3. Something that works with oneself. Because again, we're the tools that are helping to facilitate healing in others.
Well, that was a lot. I love how you weaved all those pieces together to make sense of it all, because it took all the pieces to really understand. Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about the person who's built their identity on being a
Mm,
long-term caretaker, and that's who they are. Are they at higher risk for nervous system dysregulation?
yeah, they are. They are. I mean, I think all of us, when we're born, one of the primary tasks for us is to define a sense of self. Who am I? What do I stand for? What are my values? Okay, and when we adopt, the it's like the sense of identity of I am a helper, I'm a healer, I am a therapist. It's kind of like the way that I see it is that it makes sense that we're doing that because we all want to have this sense of self. It's very natural. And especially as we're learning early in our careers. And, it's kind of like, it's a tough thing to express because I'm in an opposite kind of experience right now. But it's like the adopting the belief of I am the healer, we have to watch out for it also because it's kind of like, is it coming from like a place of ego that I'm a healer and that people are seeking me out? And the thing is, then we're getting reinforcement from outside of ourselves. People are coming to us, we're helping them. But we have to watch that slippery dick of the ego because it's kind of like it can actually build a not it's like the opposite of a reservoir within ourselves because we're looking for that fulfillment outside of ourselves. We're looking for the validation, the adoration, because at the core, we have kind of a shaky sense of self. And the only sustainable source of really self, of identity is right here, is ourselves. And so it can be very contrary. And then it's kind of like we've seen this. I mean, there's been so much going on, like with gurus who have been, and I'm not saying this about any of these folks who are in the audience, but it's kind of like being aware of what's coming up in our culture. That we see a lot of gurus who have fed on the adoration of their disciples. And then it's like, it's not enough. And they want more. And then the ego takes hold of them and drives them rather than being aware. It's like, oh, here I am. Somebody said a good thing about me. That feels good. And let me watch that. Let me be aware of that. Okay. Am I allowing that to fuel who I am? And the thing is, though, back to like the whole idea of the role of the helper or the healer, as we're developing a sense of personality, our likes, our dislikes, our needs, our wishes, who we choose as partners, who we choose as clients, it's like these roles that we adopt. I kind of I use the analogy of when you plant a sapling tree in the ground. It's got a very tender root system. And so there are these struts, these supports that help hold the sapling in place, which can then assure that the roots will take hold more deeply. And then when there's a strong root system, like a strong identity of this is who I am at my essence, not necessarily my roles, then we can remove those supports which have loaned a sense of identity. I'm mother, I'm sister, I'm father, I'm therapist. we can take them away because we know who we are in terms of our personality, but also the core values that we hold, trusting our, one of the things that I follow more often than not is my inspiration. What am I feeling inspired about? What do I feel passionately about? This is how we're intended to live our lives, is from a place of passion and inspiration, excitement. This is like our soul saying, go girl, go for it. And when we're feeling like I should, and there's all that conflict, then there's something there that is also worthy of exploration, that is trying to provide us with guidance. So yeah, the role of the helper and healer. And so bottom line, I've been in many different I provide a lot of different modalities of facilitating healing for others, with others. It's a co-creative process. As a psychotherapist, as an intuitive, I've been a tantrika, a medicine guide, and a space holder. And in every arena that I've seen is that there are those who are earnestly involved in doing their work. And my sense is your audience, is earnestly involved in doing their work. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be here. And then there are those who are like adopting the role of medicine worker, whatever, tantrika, therapist, healer, and which kind of substantiates a sense of self. And so it's like, let me be aware of that ego, because that will be my downfall in reality. And so when we're able to drop into our most authentic self, whether it's crying, and it doesn't mean telling our clients all about our personal lives. I mean, I used to have a supervisor who would tell me all about her kids. And I'm like, what the heck? This is my supervision. It became about her. And so, but the thing is, like, if we're able to just kind of come back to ourselves and say, okay, so this feels good. And okay, and what are my core values? What's my vision of who I am becoming? What is my inspiration? What is that guidance? Then we can work with the personality, the ego within the personality. And it's trying to serve us. It really wants to help us, because at the core, there's a feeling like we're not good enough or we need to be better. I mean, it's flip side of the coin. And it's really trying to help us. So it's not a bad thing. It's just about observing it, being in relationship with it, helping it to integrate into the whole of our being, WHOLE. I call it the wholes within the whole of our being.
I love it. I have to tell you, there's a couple of themes that have come up throughout the day, and they're all interconnecting and flowing together.
Yeah, I'd love to hear that.
Sessions, and I was like, you can't even make this stuff up. There's some really interesting synchronicities here. So as we're going to end this conversation just in a couple sentences, what would you most want helpers and healers to remember about staying attuned to themselves while they care for others?
Yeah, to really not forget yourself, to really be aware of the feeling of resonance within your being. And the resonance typically is a state of relaxation, excitement, expansion. That's your soul that's saying, yeah. And also to give time and presence to the dissonance, to the clangs that are also attempting to help us and that we often think negatively about. But it's like embracing it all, the all within ourselves, and helping it all integrate so that we can serve others in a healthy way. Yeah.
Yeah. This session, it has been a powerful reminder that caring for others begins with staying connected to ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Attunement, compassion, sustainability, they're not luxuries for helpers and healers. They're essential.
Yeah.
Thank you, Benita, for your wisdom, presence, and for offering such compassionate path back to self-connection. I always enjoy connecting with you in our conversations. To learn more about Benita and her work, you can go to her website, fearlesshealers.com. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sandra. It was a delight.
Hi, Dr. Sandra Marie here. Before I say anything else, I want to share why I'm here in this moment, in this summit, and why I'm introducing something called Spiral Rebellion in a space devoted to nervous system care. That's because this work, Spiral Rebellion, didn't come from ideology. It came from what happens when the nervous system finally tells the truth. Let me start with what inspired Spiral Rebellion. It emerged from something I kept noticing again and again. I noticed how many people, especially thoughtful, intuitive, deeply caring people, were doing everything right. They were doing everything right. And they still felt like something was wrong with them. They had done the healing, they had done the mindset work, they had followed teachers, modalities, paths, programs, identities, and still their bodies remained tense, their nervous systems never quite felt safe enough to let go, to relax. What I saw again and again was this. People weren't dysregulated because something was wrong or flawed with them. They were dysregulated because they were trying to live inside identities and beliefs that were never theirs to begin with. Spiral Rebellion began as a refusal. That's right. Spiral Rebellion began as a refusal to keep handing our authority over to something outside ourselves, to keep placing our trust in sources outside ourselves rather than within. Spiral Rebellion it's not a movement you join by following someone. There's no gurus here, no preachers, there's no hierarchy, no one to put on a pedestal. If you're looking for someone to tell you who to be, this isn't that. Spiral Rebellion it's a remembering that says, you are the authority you've been seeking. Your body knows, your nervous system knows. Your life is not meant to be proven, it's meant to be lived. This isn't a rebellion against people. It's a rebellion against false inheritance. That's right. It's a rebellion against false inheritance. Against beliefs you absorbed before you could even talk. Against roles you stepped into to survive. Against identities that once protected you, but now they constrain you. This work is for people who have doubted themselves for a long time. Not because they were weak, but because they were perceptive enough to sense that something just didn't fit. It's for people who learn to override their bodies to be good, to be spiritual, to be successful, to be acceptable. It's for those who are tired of asking, what's wrong with me? And are finally ready to ask, what was never mine to carry? Spiral Rebellion isn't about fixing yourself. It's about shedding what you were taught to wear. Let's talk about the spiral for a quick minute, and then we'll talk about the rebellion. Simply put, the spiral is not linear. That's pretty simple. The spiral doesn't move forward by leaving things behind. It revisits. But each time with more awareness, more choice, more sovereignty. Your nervous system works the same way. Regulation isn't a destination you reach once and keep forever. It's a relationship, it's a rhythm, it's a listening. When we try to heal using a linear framework, like, I should be past this by now, the body resists. The spiral says, it's okay. You're circling back with more capacity. Spiral Rebellion honors that truth. Because nervous system regulation, it's not about techniques. We've learned that the past couple of days at this summit. It's about permission. Permission to stop performing. Permission to stop proving. Permission to stop searching for someone else's answer. The nervous system can't fully settle while it's trying to live a life that is not authentic. True regulation, it begins when the body senses, I don't have to be anyone else anymore. That's not mindset. That's biology responding to truth. The rebellion's quiet. It's quiet, but it's also radical. It's letting go of inherited beliefs about worth, spiritual identities that bypass the body, survival roles that once kept you safe, the idea that healing means becoming someone new. Spiral Rebellion says, you're not here to become more. You're here to remember what was already true. And remembering doesn't require effort, it requires safety. When I say join the movement, I don't mean sign up and follow. I mean engage with your own remembering. Question what tightens your body. Notice what brings you relief. Let go of what feels performative. Trust what feels simple and true. Spiral Rebellion isn't asking you to believe anything. It's inviting you to listen again, inwardly, and without apology. If something in you relaxed while listening, if your body felt seen before your mind understood why, if you recognize yourself somewhere in this, that's the work. You don't need to do anything today. You don't need to become anything. Just notice what it feels like to stop looking outside yourself, even briefly, and let the spiral guide you back in. I hope you enjoy the Spiral Rebellion anthem, and thank you for your time.
Welcome home. It's a brand new day. Feel the rhythm. Let it lead the way. Step into the light. Embrace the glow in the spiral rebellion. Let the music flow. Welcome home. It's a new sensation in the spiral rebellion. Feel the transformation. You were always enough. Can't you see in the chaos of the world? Just be free. Every moment's a chance for a fresh start. Let go of
Thank you for joining me for this introduction of Spiral Rebellion. To learn more about Spiral Rebellion, you can follow us on Facebook or you can go to spiralrebellion.com. Welcome back to the Art of the Nervous System Care Summit. I am joined by Loa Blasucci, a certified nutritionist and energy medicine therapist recognized for her work at the intersection of science and spirituality. Loa has helped countless women and a few men release blocked energy and restore balance inside and out. Welcome.
Thank you. Happy to be here.
Awesome. We're going to be talking about how the body holds emotion, particularly in the second chakra. But before we go any further, can you help us understand why this area of the body is so central to safety, creativity, and emotional regulation?
Yes, absolutely. The chakra system is central to everything that happens in our lives, what we feel, how we behave, what we think, what we say, all of those things. The energy of the body is driving all of those things. And for women, and I kind of loved in the intro how you said countless women and a few men. I love that for women. I love that we're open to those things, but I did kind of like smile when you said that. And truly what's happening right now, Sandra, in the world is that so many women are struggling with this lower center. The second chakra is down deep in the belly. So it's a little below the belly button. It's tucked back in the body, kind of down, not quite to the ovaries, but it's down low, right in front of the spine. And the energy that runs this center, it's connected to creativity, and it's connected to your emotional health, and it's connected to feelings that you take in from other people and other places. This kind of creativity, this center, it drives so much of who we are personally and individually. But in the world that we live in right now, it's just exhausted from all the distractions and so many things that seem to be judging us and making us feel some kind of way. And so as I look around the world, and as I work with my client practice and those that follow me on social, it really it's a problem right now. So many women are really struggling with this center low in the body.
Yeah, I was really excited that this is what we were focusing on with the summit. And, that is the overarching reason for the summit overall. I feel many people don't realize their bodies can hold emotions literally long after the original experience has passed. Is that also part of why this area has become so important?
I love that you said that. Yes, our bodies, it's our walking history book of everything that we've ever felt. All of those feelings and all of the experiences and all of the things that whether you achieved something or whether you were hurt at some point, whether you were raised by a narcissistic alcoholic or a really loving mother and father in the home, all of those experiences teach our energy centers how to flow. They teach our brain how to keep us feeling safe, because the brain always wants you to feel safe. Our brain always wants us to feel safe. And if something is too much, it'll just say, hang on, not now. We got to keep that for a minute, because that would be too much for you to feel. And your biofield, it is all around you. So if I held my arms straight out, or if you held your arms straight out to the sides and just look, that's about how large the field is where your energy is radiating around you and holding you together. And the chakras are the center of this system. There are so many other things. There are meridians. There are many different aspects to the energy that runs you. But as an etheric clairvoyant, the chakras are really my specialty, so I talk about them a lot.
Sure, and I love that you put a graphic to that so that people can really wrap their heads around it. So you're known for working directly with the body's energy system rather than just talking about experience like a lot of other modalities.
Yes.
When you work with this area of the body, what do you actually see or sense shifting for people?
The body is always telling the story. Always. It is always keeping record of what's happened to you. It's keeping a score, a tally of how you have felt. It's always responding. It's always responding. So in every case, and there are no exceptions, the energy center that is connected to where that feeling is in the body, it is directly involved. And the beauty about energy work is that it allows you the chance to rebalance and heal without always having to beat yourself up with hardcore shadow work. And I'm not saying, I mean, sometimes we do need to look at the shadows. We need to shine some light in there and say, what is this behavior? Why do I always do this or kind of respond that way? Is that really who I am? Or is that something that somehow in my life I was told that I kind of act that way? And it's what makes us the most wonderful species on the planet, is that we know that we think. We know that we have thoughts. And just that alone gives us an opportunity to be radically honest and say, what is happening for me? That has looped around in my mind many times in my life. Just for let me just can I give you an example?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I was a makeup artist in Hollywood for a very long time, and I would love to explain how that is the most perfect job to lead me to what I do today. It is on so many levels. And what I noticed, you stand so close to an actor. They're in the chair, and I'm right here. I'm just this close. I'm looking. What needs to be done? What needs to be smoothed? Where am I going to put a little light? And I was always reading their energy. I always was. I didn't know it at the time. I was a young girl. That started for me when I was about 18, but I was. And so I would kind of do a little grooming. I get someone looking good. And then they would, look up from their script or their book or whatever they were doing, and they would look in the mirror and their eyes would go to the same spot every time. And they'd go right there again. And the next person may go somewhere else. And after so many years, I realized their eyes are going to the place that they don't like. Somehow, little Billy so-and-so in the 5th grade said, "You have a big nose and you're stupid," or whatever he said, or whoever he was. And somehow that landed for that lovely woman. And from then on, she checks that space. She may not be thinking about it in thoughts, but when her eyes go to the mirror, she went there, and I could see it. And it began to teach me a lot about the heart of a woman.
That's a really powerful observation. When people come to you feeling stuck or depleted or disconnected, and you just talked about the unconscious activity that was conscious to you, how does it show up in the body before it ever becomes a story in their mind?
Getting right to what you just said, I love, and this happens a lot, and it just warms my heart. A client will come to me and she'll say, I don't know what it is, but something is off. And I don't know why, but something is off. Oh my gosh. Just like I have chills right now. I love that so much. For that, I already love that person because they're getting it. They're listening. They're connected to their energy. They're not just stuck up in this loop in their head. They're feeling something. Maybe they've felt a shift but they're noticing. And that's so beautiful. And I already know if I take that person as a client, I already know she's going to do well. She came to me and said that. It's like, "Oh, girl, I adore you." That's awesome.
That's beautiful. Laura, I want to go back a little bit to something that you mentioned earlier when you were talking just about the second chakra and all it holds. For a lot of people, I want to re-speak this maybe a little different. This area holds not just the creativity, but it holds rage, shutdown, sexual trauma, and the weight of carrying other people's emotions. You mentioned that before.
Yes.
But that is so powerful, and it paralyzes so many people. When that energy is locked down for years, what does that do to the nervous
Oh
system
my
and the
goodness.
sense of self?
First of all, to all of my empaths, and listen up, girls, because this is for you. An empath is someone who has maybe without intention opened up that center, and it got so open that now it feels everything. It can read the room. It can know when someone is hurting. It knows all of these things, but it's a double-edged sword. That information can be exhausting. It can cause burnout. It can cause depression, so many things. But for example, we come by these things honestly. So you've got a cute little girl, but her dad's a mean drunk. So whenever he's drinking, he's mean. And she comes in skipping through the door from 1st grade, and she's happy. But now she sees what's been happening. Now that joy that she had, it goes, hang on, hold, just put that somewhere. What's happening? Am I safe right now? Should I not say anything? Do I go get under my bed? Do I get him a glass of water? She's in that mode of how do I keep safe? And this center, once it becomes open like that, it is taking in, it becomes porous is the best word I can use to describe it. It's taking in other people's energy. that emotional energy is now felt by that lovely woman. She doesn't need that. That's not hers, first of all. That rage and that meanness of that dad, that's not for her to feel. She's not mean. She's been terrified by it, but that's not her emotion. Yet it was taken on by her at a young age in many, many cases. That's just one example. It can happen in so many other ways, so many other events of our lives. And the second chakra, that's our seat of how we create. We are connected to God. God is the creator. He is the creator. And so for us to be connected to him, we create. And it's a beautiful thing. And I encourage everyone, whenever you feel an idea coming on, like, what if I could, yes, that's you connecting to that light, the light of Christ, that beautiful source. You want that. That's beautiful. But the second chakra, when it gets too open, it's too busy feeling everything else, and that connection gets blocked. Artists and designers and painters and songwriters and beautiful creative writers, they can be prone to a block. They'll tell you in many cases, and it's because that center for them, it taught them a lot. It spoke to them a lot. They had a gift for something, but that energy that helps them create, when it gets stuck, they'll feel that in a writer's block or feeling like they just can't quite get to it. But this center for everyone, whether or not we are a creative person, it also governs pleasure and how we connect to other people.
I thank you so much for putting context to that, because it creates so many different layers of understanding with that. In your work, what is one small but noticeable change people often come back to you with when the second chakra begins to regulate?
Oh, yeah, God, that is such a good question. You are adorable. What a great question. The payoff. Let me just talk about the payoff, because, oh my goodness, it's real. It's so real. That second chakra, it's down low in the body. Your root chakra is below it. It's facing down. It's grounding you, connecting you to the earth. But this one, the second chakra facing forward, radiating that light, when it comes back online, now we've got connection from upper centers. They can connect down through that root chakra. That energy drifts down to Mother Earth, who is always there for you, always. She is always supporting you, no matter what your own mama was like. Mother Earth is there for you now. And you, as a grown-ass woman, you can reach out to her, and she is like, darling, you just let that drop right here. I will transmute that. And whatever feelings you have when you know how to ground, I would love for everyone. Can I offer a free gift? I have I used to charge for it. Now I give it away because the earth is, as we as humans, there's a lot of light and a lot of dark. And I feel like, let's just get this out there. I have a grounding meditation that will walk you right through it. And you can just go to my website and get that. It's heyloa.com, and it's free now. And I'll just walk you right through that. It's how to connect your root chakra right down into the earth and allow your own energies to then come online. But to continue to answer your question, when that second chakra, when it is in flow, now the feelings that come from that, not only do you get your creative juice back and your mojo, and you feel more loving towards other people, but there's a certain amount of wisdom that lights up, because it's now that heart energy, everything is moving through you. Your energy centers are connected. You begin to feel like I'm okay. Your anxiety drifts away, and you begin to feel like you've just got this little bit of support, like something's got my back, and I'm all right now. And it's that release of anxiety. So the goal is when that happens for you, sustain it. Sustain it. Because in the sustaining it becomes the being. So when you have those moments of, okay, I did a grounding exercise, and right now I'm feeling pretty good. I was really nervous. I'm not so much, and that's good. And so then you take the moment. This is the power. Just take the moment and feel that, and sustain that for at least 30 seconds. Keep that with you. Just sustain that moment of, I'm a little calmer. I'm a little more clear. Because in that sustaining, that's where your shift is going to come from, your energetic transformation. It evolves you into a person who just is that. You don't have to work so hard. You just are that calm, clear.
Beautiful. Let's go back to the grounding exercise.
Sure.
I feel like many people in the audience are carrying anger, panic, or an emotional charge that honestly they don't even consciously feel. It just lives in the body. I love that you're offering this up because it is a crazy world that we're living in right now. Is there something we could do briefly with the audience?
Sure. I would love to share something with the audience. I feel like if you're hanging out with us and listening and talking, it tells me that your heart's a little open and you're looking for
Exactly.
some discernment. So let's just give you something to see how you do. Your energy radiates forward. So in your own sensibility about yourself, when you notice this dynamic exchange of what's happening outside your body, energies are meant to flow and cross over. You are in the middle of a torus, not like the zodiac, Taurus, of a torus wheel. You are in the center and you want that to be dynamic and to flow and to move. So if you just, like everyone, just for a moment, feel your feet on the floor and close your eyes. And then just kind of settle into your chair so you feel good, you feel supported. Relax your eyelids just a little bit. Take a nice big breath in. Just a big breath. And we'll just let that go with ease. Then relax your belly. Now notice that this beautiful wheel, it exists all around you. And we want those energies to cross right in front of your heart, right in front of your chest. So if you could just take one arm, and you can do this in your mind or with your arm, and just bring that to the opposite side. This one goes here to the opposite side, and just notice that you're making this cross right in front of you. And what you're doing is allowing your energy to be with you, to be here, to have you. And it may sound simple, but it makes a difference. And all you're looking for is a subtle shift. And then take your awareness down to the base of your spine and then your pelvic floor. Now, with your intention, create this grounding cord. Let's just create it today. And then when you're ready, you can go get that meditation and do the whole thing. So for now, with your awareness right there, down low in the body, that column, depending on how tall you are, is probably 7 or 8 inches across. You want to connect that to your body. And if you're seated, it's going straight down under your chair, straight down this open column of light. Just let it drift down. And let it drift down another mile, way down. And just notice that column. That is your birthright. That is connecting you to Mother Earth. And then right up at that pelvic floor, seal it. We're going to put that in place today. Seal it right there. Take a nice deep inhale breath. And exhale slowly with ease. Now, before we go, Sandra, let's just belly breathe a little bit. Let the belly fill up like a big, beautiful balloon and just let it sink back into the body on your exhale. and put light just all around you in your field. And here's our last inhale breath. Expand this breath. Breathe in, breathe in. Breathe in again, and then let that all go. And then you can open your eyes. All we're looking for here is this a little shift, just a little feeling of, I do feel a little calmer. And guess what? I did that on my own, did that for myself. So if any of you feel just a little better, even if you just notice it in a subtle way, beautiful. You did that. Well done.
Well, thank you. I feel a little calmer myself. That was beautiful.
You're
But
so
before we
welcome.
finish up, I do have a couple more things I'd like to talk about, but let's give the audience a little bit of a second here to let that integrate a little
Sure,
bit.
sure. Yeah. Here's a nice way to do that. Everybody, let's stretch up. Let the spine breathe. All these beautiful vertebrae. Your energy is moving along the spine. Just let it open. And take your shoulders back, drop them down. Just let your heart center open. Lengthen your neck. Nice. Now we're all back.
Yeah, beautiful. That was great. And that was a really nice way to segue from some of the bigger, heavier parts of this conversation that we talked about with the second chakra. But my other curiosity is, how does the second chakra awareness actually show up in the everyday moments, like our relationships? We talked about the creativity, but even for decision making, before people really realize it's nervous system related.
Oh, it affects everything about your decisions. Who you will allow in, what you allow yourself to connect to. It affects each of us in our nervous system so deeply and is so wrapped around it, this beautiful, intelligent body that you have. Anxiety is connected to the second chakra. So whatever it is that
Okay.
ramps you up, then what we do is we look to our story. Why do I get so mad when I'm in traffic? What's the big deal? I'm probably going to get there at the same time anyway. Why am I freaking out? Or whatever it is. You know, we all have things that we react to. So, but we use that anxiety to get in touch with it.
I feel like anxiety has really become epidemic, and not just in the US, but it's a global epidemic issue.
It is. Sadly, it truly is. And rightly so. Look what we've been through. You know, all the things. I won't even list them. We all know what they are. It's a perfect proving ground to develop anxiety. So what we're looking for is strength of our own psyche, the strength of our own mind to be able to say, yeah, that makes me nervous, but is that really necessary for me to feel that right now? Or is that something that's coming from, pick a past experience. My dad yelled at me every time, blah, blah, blah. My mom was never, whatever it is. When you can kind of find those things and say, you know, but me right here, I can override that. And here's the trick. Here's what I offer my clients. You want to recognize it. When it's a thought, you've got to recognize it. Then if we can put a label to it, that gives us some clarity. Like that's just fear. That's fear. I don't really feel that way. That's just a fearful thought that I'm having. You recognized it, you labeled it. Now you've got something that you can release. Now I can let that go. That's not the truth of me. The truth of me that is right here in this moment. I feel grounded and I'm okay. That's the power that begins to come to you when you strengthen your own psyche. So you watch for things like believing something that is like groupthink. because this side that you're on, or this group of people, they all say ba 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 ba, but then you're like, really? I don't know. Maybe I don't. That's strength of the mind. And maybe you do agree, maybe you don't. But taking that moment to say, is that true for me? Is that true for me?
So important. So, Lo, what do you feel is important for the people to understand about the pace of the work when working with this area of the body, especially if they've lived in survival mode for such a long time?
Okay, here's the thing. Here is the thing. Energy can shift the moment you decide. However, now I said however, however, when there's capital T trauma, or a whole long list of little t traumas, or whatever it is that you have, as humans, we have patterns. We've developed patterns in the body, in the system, in the thoughts, and it's absolutely in our energy field. Those patterns can drive this process and make it take longer than it needs to. That's just us being human. But what I want you to know is, everyone listening, that when you're ready, that energy will shift, and it can shift like that. You don't have to do all kinds of, you have to put yourself through hell and back. Just know that as an energetic being, you can heal, you can recover. You absolutely can. I do this all day long, and I see miracles every single day. And I want you to know that that is for you. Whoever is hearing my voice, it's for you. You can heal. And so much of it is done by you. And I just, in this moment, I just feel my heart just expanding out and just sending love to those who are listening, because it's the truth about you.
I love this. So your work is a little, there's so many different modalities out there, and your work's a little different. And so this is going to piggyback on that a little bit. In your experience, when someone starts working with the stored emotion and things begin to move, how do they know they're staying within a safe, supportive range rather than pushing too far? Or is that really part of your work? And I'm thinking more of other modalities.
Ask me that another way, because I want to get this right for you. And I'm thinking of a couple of things. Ask me again in another way, please.
So people are starting the work, and things are starting to move and shift, and they're feeling things. Does one need to take in consideration the pace of the moving, staying within a safe, supportive range, or can they push too far too quick?
As humans, thank you. I got it now. I know what it is that you're getting to. Our energy fields create a frequency. That frequency is how you roll. That is who you are. That is what is going on for you, how good your life is, how you feel, what you think, all of that. That frequency is dictated by the energy that you are radiating according to the experiences you've had. So that frequency can shift, and it will shift when you are ready. But this is exactly why, for example, take manifesting. It became such a catchword. Everybody was talking about manifesting, a year ago, how to manifest. Someone who sits in their parents' basement and doesn't have a job cannot manifest $1 million because they're not a frequency match. It's not an energetic match. They could not receive it. So as we grow as humans, the understanding that we gain, and as we shift our energy, and like I talked about earlier, maybe go back and listen to that, sustain it until you become it. When you sustain that feeling, that's how you shift your energy, raise your frequency, so that you can heal at your own pace. There is no, when it comes to the working with the energy of your healing, it's about what you can handle. And that's going to be dictated by the life that you've lived and how open you are to adjusting that frequency.
I appreciate the clarity with that because I think many times many people in the audience have probably dipped their toe into a number of things if they've been experiencing, a lifetime of different symptoms and events that they've been trying to put together. So I think that clarity is really important, especially as, you share what it is that you do and what makes it a little different than maybe some of the other
And
things.
can I say something right here? And this is so important because what you just said is really a frustration to a lot of people they're trying this and then they try that and then they go over here and try that. They're trying all these different things. You have to have a system. Your physiology is, God organized it to work. There is order. It takes consistency and a system that's going to work with every part of you. I don't dip around into all these things. I do not do tarot cards. I don't practice Reiki. I don't practice a lot of things that some people consider energy medicine. I stay rooted in the science of what you are as a human on this planet and the frequency that we're dealing with and the life situations that many of us have. And I have a system to go through your energy centers and through what you're storing. And that's how we find it. Then as an etheric clairvoyant, that allows me to be able to see it more clearly. Sometimes I know what's going on in the body, but I have to understand what's going on in the spirit so we can get to the place that will bridge that gap. And you can do this for yourself if you are in tune.
I appreciate the differentiation and the clarity and the uniqueness of what it is that you're doing. And as we're winding down a little bit with the conversation, you talked about the grounding. Are there other small things that people can do to support their nervous system, especially if they notice emotions rising from the second chakra? You had mentioned people who drive and their anger gets a little set off. So you're in that moment. Is there's something you can do in that moment as you feel it coming upon you?
Yes. That's another good question because energy, most of the time when someone's nervous system is dysregulating or having a little moment, it's going up. It's going up into the 6th chakra. That's here. It's moving around, bouncing around. And I describe it as a beautiful decorator white home with white sofa and white pillows and just beautiful. And somebody's got a muddy basketball and they're banging against the walls and the furniture. And that's what's happening to this beautiful space that is meant to just have light and peace in it. Those thoughts, that chaos, it can be regulated. First of all, you got to recognize it. Then you can begin to breathe through it. So what I'm saying is how energy gets up here, chaotic and kind of stuck. We need it to move it down through your systems. So in simple terms, just stop, feel your feet, close your eyes, take your awareness down there, just feel them, wiggle your toes, just notice the arches of your feet. Get in touch with that. First of all, in that exercise, you get really good at it, more and more powerful at it. But you just are taking your energy down for just a moment, letting it drift back down where it goes. And then breathe. Deep, slow in and out breaths. Then, once you've done that, move the breath into the belly. We did this a minute ago. Let it float up. Let it tuck back in. Now, you absolutely, with just that little format, you can just bring yourself to a little better place. And I recommend you practice those steps and try that in that order until you get where it's just like, whoa, okay, here it's happening. Breathe, drop it down, subtle belly. Yeah, you get really good at it.
I love that description. That was just, there was no misinterpreting that picture as you described it. That was beautiful. So if there's one misconception about the second chakra that you would love to clear up, especially around emotion, creativity, or just holding too much, what would it be?
Gosh, without a doubt, the fact that it is not meant to be open. I've been in yoga classes where they're telling you just open up the chakras. No. All of your energy centers have an aperture. They have settings where they feel good. They know how to just flow once they get into that setting. So if you catch yourself, what does he think? What are they? What's that? I'm gonna not. You reading the room like that, like, oh my gosh. When you catch yourself doing that, just remember that's not for me. That's their energy, and you learn to separate your energy from theirs. If I could say, have one takeaway to all these beautiful people listening, Sandra, I would say, if you're going to just take one thing from this conversation that you and I have had, with all the things that I've mentioned, add those to the fact that you now know that that's not yours. This is yours. This is your energy. And when it feels like that, when you lean in and start to worry and wonder and catch yourself, that's not yours. You're going into that place that's energetically not for you. When you know how to do that, you have a skill that is life-changing.
Extremely powerful. And what I'm going to say is that particular part of the topic about opening and closing the chakras and working with that, there is very little information or conversation on that. And that's part of the conversation that really needs to be built on and put out there.
Yes.
Because people just truly don't understand
It's
it.
so true. And there
And
is so much to the systems that run the energy of the body. There are so many different systems, thousands of chakras. It's not something to be dabbled with. This is where you need a professional who understands it. And I knew once I started to just be able to see more and more, I knew I had to get formally trained. And I am. And I use those skills and techniques to help people know themselves better. It's not a matter of just dabbling and trying this and trying that. There is a way, there is a plan, and you want to walk through that. If you're going to build a house, that's what you're going to do. You're not going to build the roof first. You got to have a foundation. So,
absolutely. There's so much focus on the upper chakras also, and not enough on the lower chakras. And I think that a lot of times the importance and the value has been getting lost in that, in the spiritual community, and what people are learning and being drawn to.
it's so true.
Like,
Yes.
yeah.
And the you just watch for the benefits. My favorite bonus that you get from energy balance is how it slows down the aging process. It is a tool of reverse aging. And I'll have this conversation with anybody who wants to have it. Without energy management, you can do all the things. You can take all the right things and get all the right treatments, but you being able to manage that part, the mitochondria of the cell, that little charge, that's you being able to brighten that. That's how you slow down your aging process. It's the truth.
Well, thanks for sharing that. And honestly, I think that whole topic is a conversation for another
Oh.
day. Maybe you and I can get together with that.
I love to, that's like, I do the party dance on that. I love talking about it. My next birthday coming up in a couple of weeks, I'm going to be 68. I want people to feel so empowered about their age. My mom never liked to say
Absolutely.
it. She never liked to tell people. And I was like, I didn't understand that. I'm glad to have been here
Right.
for 67 years. 68.
Well, I'm 68 now, so I'm there with you. I have always felt that, and I have felt the same way.
Yes.
So really, as we are winding this up, is there anything that you would like to leave people with who are just beginning to listen to their bodies differently?
I would like to tell them, and just listen to me clearly, and let this flow from my heart to yours, whoever you are on the airways. You are doing better than you think you are. All of those worries and fears, they're all up in this thought process, the brain. And the brain doesn't always tell the truth. We know that brain waves radiate out to here. We can test them outside the body. That tells you a lot about your thoughts. They're not even up in here. They're just that you're connecting to something that may or may not be true. And that's what I want to say to you, wherever you are listening. You may be doing a lot better than you think.
I believe that is absolutely truth. Loa, thank you for this conversation. I have to tell you, your work was new for me. And as I prepared for your interview, I found myself really, really appreciating the way you approach the body, emotion, and energy with such clarity and care. And I'm going to say uniqueness, but I think it's just hidden. Healthcare. I come from a healthcare background. And this is the future of healthcare. This is the new healthcare. It's not even the future. It's already here.
Now,
so I really loved preparing.
I just
this
really like you. Now we're going to be friends because you just said that. It is the future. So I have so much respect for you. Thank you. This has been my pleasure to be here. And you do so well. Thank you for being so insightful and asking things that really affect women. That's really how their hearts feel. So thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. And I truly believe that your perspective is crucial to the summit and what we're doing here. So to learn more about Loa, you can find her work. You can go to her website, heyloa.com, and we will include information in all of our
thank you.
materials.
I'm so easy. I keep it easy. I'm heyloa on Instagram, heyloa _ on TikTok. I'm heyloa.com. I'm easy to find. Thank you so much.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you also. Bye.
Bye.
Welcome and thanks for being here. Yesterday, Sarah Saxby opened a powerful 3-part series titled When the Nervous System No Longer Needs Managing. Today, we continue with part 2. What makes this series so meaningful is that it comes from a lived experience. I'm excited to see how today's presentation unfolds.
Hi, everyone. It's Sarah Saxby of the Soul Rehab Project, and I'm so happy to be back for day 2, back at the summit, very important summit. And I really appreciate being here, so thank you all for being here as well. And as I mentioned yesterday, my story over the 3 days of this summit is going to evolve. Yesterday, I spoke of more of like management from the position of living in a way that I was bracing myself for the Florida dropout. I lived my life waiting for something bad to happen, and how much stress and pressure that puts on a nervous system. To today, which I'm going to talk about collapse. I spoke about yesterday how it was like I was living inside a prison, trying to regulate myself from inside the prison walls. And how I knew something had to change because my life was out of alignment. So today I'm going to talk about what I did to get myself back into alignment, what I had to go through and experience and face. And tomorrow I will talk about arriving in a state of presence where my system is regulated because of the work that I've done, because of being in a state of presence. So today I want to talk about the collapse and getting myself outside of the prison. And for those of you that heard the things I said yesterday, I was in a narcissistic relationship. I worked at an abusive job, had no break. My nervous system had no break. And my biggest fear was the floor dropping out from under me. So I spent a lifetime pretending I didn't hear things, didn't see things, allowing myself to be treated in ways that kept my life intact. I didn't want to have to blow up my life, so I would endure whatever I had to endure. So to risk blowing things up. And for whatever reason, I arrived at a place where I could no longer lie to myself. I could no longer abandon me. Why that happened to me, I don't know. And it's not like it just happened overnight. But something inside of me just could no longer live in a way where I could betray myself. And so things started to happen. And within my narcissistic relationship, I was there because it provided security. It provided stability. And I was always told that's the way. Doesn't matter what you're enduring on the outside, stability is number one. So although I was being abused every day of my life, I was stable, but I had to face that. And I did. And I left it. Knowing that anything had to be better than living in an environment where I had no control, no autonomy. I had no past. I didn't have a past. It was erased. I wasn't allowed to talk about it. Wasn't allowed to think about it. Didn't matter what it was. And I missed me. And it was like, no matter how much therapy we had, no matter how much we talked to our spiritual teachers, the books we read, the retreats we went on, the workshops we took, the journaling, we tried all that. It wasn't helping. The only thing that I could do was leave that environment, and I did. And it wasn't easy. But I got out. I got a home for me and my children, not his, mine. And I went through a lot. I ended up in the emergency room a couple times because of the PTSD. It was wild. I was having nightmares where he was moving into the home that I bought on my own, and he wouldn't leave. So it was very stressful, and I had to figure things out once again, back on my own, which I always found myself. Here I go, back on my own again. Got to figure things out on my own. Have to be my own security, have to find my own stability. But I was still working the abusive job. So I started to do a meditation before I would go into this job. And I would speak out loud and I would just say, I know this isn't where I'm supposed to be. I know I'm here to do more than this. I'm not utilizing my gifts, my strengths. I'm shrinking myself to go in here every day. I know that. I'm aware of that. So please show me where I'm supposed to be. And I spoke those words to myself for about 3 months before I was inevitably fired. And mind you, I was always a good, obedient worker. I worked for 35 years. I started working when I was 15. And I was always showed up, always on time, always a great worker, never got written up. And here I was fired because I spoke up about the absolute threats and just nonsense that was going on behind the scenes within the hierarchy, right? And so I spoke up in a meeting and spoke my truth and spoke it loud. And I have no regrets. But I got fired. And they made up one thing and said that I did other things, but it's whatever. And so here I am on my own. I don't have a partner to fall back on. Certainly don't have child support to fall back on. Didn't have a job, didn't have an identity anymore. Who the hell am I? Once I don't have a job, once I don't have a partner, who am I? And so what I had tried to avoid for 50 years, I was experiencing. I had no floor, no net, no one. And I was trying to work with a spiritual teacher. I was trying to read books, trying to do things, going and getting energy work and all of these things that are great. But I felt like they couldn't reach me anymore. It's like I was screaming, going, no, it's not helping. And I'm just in this void. It was like I was just free falling in a void for I don't know how long. I had no structure, no money. What am I doing? And I would try to grip on to the bars of my prison and they were slippery and they were hot and I couldn't do it. And so I can't tell you how many moments, days, crying, screaming, punching pillows in a fetal position, going, what am I going to do? Gosh, it makes me, it's still very, it's like, wow, I was in that position where my biggest fear was happening. I didn't have anybody to catch me. I had nothing to catch me. And no matter how hard I reached back to the prison and asked them to take me back as an inmate, they wouldn't. And I'm like, what? Screaming, what? What am I here to do? What am I supposed to be doing? And help me find something. Help me. Who am I? Because if you think about, if you're no longer a girlfriend, a wife, a worker, name your position. Who are you? And I just felt like I was carrying the weight of the world on my shoulders. Yes, it was different though, because I was outside of the prison. I was outside of an abusive relationship, an abusive job. I was standing outside of it, sort of floating, but it was dark and it was endless. And so there was pressure and there was stress and I was crying and I was in a fetal position and I didn't know which way I didn't have anything to hold on to anymore. But at some point in time, I let it sit. I let myself feel it because nothing was happening to me. If I stood back for a minute, yes, I'm in a void. Anyone outside still, in the prison, right? Anyone within the prison, which is where most people function, looking at me going, what the hell's up with this girl, right? Why isn't she working? What is she doing all day? Why is she sitting by herself? Why isn't she posting on social media? And what happened? Probably look like a psychopath, right? Because I just fell into this space where my spiritual teacher that I'd been with for 10 years couldn't read me anymore. She was giving me advice that felt like it was for a person that no longer existed. She was telling me, offering guidance, and I was like, what? No. I've gotten astrology readings from the same person for years, and I got one and she was saying things and I said, what are you talking about? That's not me. Who are you talking to? That doesn't make any sense. And I was no longer, I felt like no one could help me. I felt like no one would understand where I was coming from, and friends that I had had before. It's like they weren't around anymore. And I didn't want anyone to ask, what's going on with you? How are you doing? Because I didn't know what to say. Because I was okay. But coming from a view inside the structure, inside a prison, it looked like I was insane. How did I get outside the prison, and how are you living outside of it? Because the prison has structure. You know what you're doing every day. You have an identity inside the prison. You have ways to regulate yourself. You have books to read and classes to take, and constant reaching for something outside of you to feel better, right? And I didn't feel like I needed to reach anymore. And it was the wildest place to be, but I had to sit with myself and say, wait a minute, am I okay? Because once you sit with the fear, I sat with it, something I never did in the 50 years of my life because I was constantly bracing. I mean, I'm surprised my shoulders aren't like up to here because my entire life was bracing. My entire life I expected what? To what? I just expected the worst. And so I threw myself into the fire. I didn't wait for the fire to envelop me. I threw myself in the fire. I got myself fired. I knew that was going to happen. Are you kidding me? Did I think they were going to change because of what I said? No, hell no. I threw myself into the fire. And it was hot. I was outside the prison walls. I was outside of structure for the first time in my life. I was outside of my identity. And I sat there. It was burning, but I sat. And at some point, something inside of me calibrated because I realized I was okay. I was okay. And once I realized that even though the floor wasn't there anymore and I was still here, I realized I was sitting in presence. And I would not have known that if I didn't come from a place of not being in presence. I came from a place of trying to feel better inside of my prison while I was misaligned in my life, lying to myself, betraying myself, abandoning who I really am in every area of my life. I was doing that. But it wasn't until I faced those things and looked at myself and said, I can no longer betray you. You are everything. I sat in the fire, let it burn me. And I recalibrated. So that's what I want to talk about tomorrow. I want to talk about what it feels like to live outside of that. Because it's like it's me regulated. It's me still in a stillness that I would have never gotten to if I was still living in misalignment. So thank you, everyone. I appreciate so much being here, and I look forward to seeing you all tomorrow.
Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti. Om Shanti.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to get ready for our last session of the day, The Mystic System Intuition as a Source of Safety, where we will explore intuition, spiritual perception, and the nervous system, and how inner knowing can become a source of clarity and stability during these times of change. Sarah Wiseman is joining us for this conversation. She is a longtime spiritual teacher, an author, the founder of Intuition University, where she has helped thousands of people around the world recognize and develop and trust their intuitive spiritual abilities. Her work spans intuition, channeling, and spiritual guidance. Welcome, Sarah.
Hey, thank you so much. I'm so happy to be here and to see you again.
Yeah, it has been a while. It's great to have you back.
Yeah, yeah.
Sarah, many people have been taught to doubt their inner knowing. For someone who has had long-term disconnection from their inner knowing, do you think that can affect their sense of trust, stability, and clarity over time?
Yeah, I think that society sort of teaches us that inner knowing is not what we should follow. And in fact, society is completely wrong, and inner knowing is like the only thing we should follow. So it can really play havoc on everything in a person's life to sort of tune that part out.
I feel like society's wrong about a lot of things, but that would be a whole different conversation.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What might it look like when someone begins to rebuild that trust and inner knowing after years of disconnection? Do you think that people can get it back?
Oh, yeah, I think it's innate to us. So it's almost like it's always on. We just sometimes choose to turn it off because of what we're told. Society, religion, school, the media, everything teaches us to conform and not pay attention to what's really happening. So when we do turn I'm going to call it our soul voice up again.
I like that.
Yeah, a lot of things our whole lives can change because suddenly we're actually in the stream of how things really are instead of this stream of projections and what society is telling us. So it can be a radical shift in everything in a person's life when they open up to that.
Well, there seems to be a lot of focus, I would say, on the soul voice, the intuition these days. So I think that there's either more of a hypersensitivity to it or people are developing more of an awareness. But on the other end of the spectrum, for people who are deeply connected to their inner knowing, what kind of cognitive or mental load comes with that constant interpreting of all that information?
Yeah, that's such a good question, and that could be hours and hours of discussion. But the piece is like people that are tuned in, we'll call, could be everyone, but people that choose to be tuned in. Then you've got all the information coming in from all different aspects, not just the brain or not just the thoughts. And so it can take a while to get used to, what's coming in from nature, what's coming in from animals, what's coming in from my sense or, my physical sense when I'm around others, what's coming in from my dreams. Sort of like we expand our ability to gather information when we're tuning into that intuitive side. So at the beginning, there can be this sort of oversensitivity, like we just want to hide in the cave, like make it stop. But after a while, we get to kind of sense the through line, like we get to understand what needs to be paid attention to when, and what can be disregarded, or is a neutral information as opposed to what is asking to be followed.
Okay, so it's really sort of a process, trial and error maybe, to help it be more sustainable rather than something that ends up being really draining.
Yeah, and it's a process of accepting the fact that the world tells us we can only know what comes in through, say, our thoughts, what comes in through our phones or the news stream. That's all we should pay attention to. And when we look at the broader information, when we start to trust that that is just as valid, if not much more valid than what we're being told, it's almost like we're shifting from one tiny little stream of thought to this whole expanded awareness of everything all the time. We just get used to it. We just understand that that's how things really are, and there's a lot of relaxation in understanding what is, as opposed to the falseness of what we're told.
Okay, so that's interesting. So I'm curious, because as I was thinking about it, so with the heightened intuitive, the psychic abilities, does that place a unique demand on the nervous system?
Yeah, well, again, that first sense of maybe particularly being overloaded until you sort of begin to navigate how to choose what parts of the information you want to follow. And then the other piece is often intuition will come in and will tell us what we perhaps think we don't want to know. And so that creates quite a schism between we receive, we know, we feel, we sense it's true, and then we don't want to do that. We don't want to do that. Or, for example, somebody like a relationship isn't working or a job isn't working, and we really are attached to these ideas of, I want the relationship or I want the job. That creates a lot of tension when what's real and what we think we want to happen are in conflict. So the relaxation part comes from when you allow yourself, it's, to non-attach to what you think you want, and just to allow yourself to be carried in flow to what's really happening. And the minute you kind of can crack that code, not simple, but over time we can mature into that, everything just completely relaxes. We don't have to worry. We're always being guided, which is kind of remarkable.
It is remarkable. So that makes sense. So you either go down the supportive versus the dysregulating path in the beginning, and as you start to figure it out more, because all that information coming in has more of a clarity and truth to it versus the TV.
Yeah.
So even though it may not be what we want to do, because I feel like we've all been in that place where the clarity's there for us and we resist it. And, sometimes we just don't make it so easy.
Yeah. I think people have lots of reasons for, like, sometimes I'll use intuition. I'll use the term like direct knowing. We have lots of reasons for resisting that kind of direct knowing. And like, say it's a job, you should quit a certain job. It's so, you're dreaming about it every night. Every sign and synchronicity is coming in. It's so clear. And yet you're like, but I need the money, or I'm 1 year from retire, whatever your thing is that your mind is telling you. And yet it may be that the bigger forces at play are saying, no, it's just time now. It's just time now. And so that tension of being in conflict with what is the direct knowing, and then eventually the relaxation when we follow where the universe is trying to take us, is pretty interesting. I do think there's another point, especially at almost like the beginning of the journey. Like a lot of times people will wake up, have a psychic or spiritual awakening, and have this onslaught of information start to come in. And there is some tension or confusion at that stage when it's, it's like you've just opened up so much, all this information is coming in that you've never dealt with before. And there is some time to sort of learn how to navigate that. That can be not very relaxing. But once you've sort of understood how to get there, things get much easier. But I would say that the main piece of, it's not that being intuitive or having direct knowing is particularly relaxing in itself. It's that it provides the information on where to take the next step in your path. And that's what's relaxing.
Okay,
That's
that
what
makes
helps
sense.
us. Yeah, that's what helps us. Like, we just surrender.
Okay,
Just
because it feels
surrender.
like it could create a little bit of anxiety or overstimulation and
Yeah.
almost some self-doubt at times with it. But that makes sense when you say that it gives you that peace, and then
Yeah.
that's
And
when.
there's the tremendous amount of misinformation on intuition and the entire metaphysical reality is just, that also creates a lot of stress when we're following down these rabbit holes of all these things that aren't even real or that are super commercialized. And it's really, you have to have your personal meditation or your personal stillness. You have to have direct connection. You can't just read about it or follow it on YouTube. You have to do the practice yourself in order to have any kind of movement on that path.
Okay, so that takes me into an area that I'm getting to be more and more passionate about, and that's the $10 billion or so spiritual industry that's out there. So you talked about the misinformation that's out there. Could you just elaborate on that a little bit more, and how people can be just maybe some tips on being a little more discerning with it?
Well, anything that's super commercialized, I would just definitely avoid. Anything that's promising money or power or love, I would just not believe it. Anything that's promising manifesting or magic, we're here as awareness. We're meant to live in awareness. And potentially the better thing than looking at any of that is to just step outside and breathe the air and sort of be in your body and call that good. That is where more intuitive awareness is going to come than from any,
I would say
big thing.
that's been an overarching message that's come out with the summit over the last
Yeah.
2 days, and I expect that to be a thread that continues through tomorrow for sure. So that's
Yeah.
fascinating that you have gone right down that same path, and obviously that doesn't cost any money.
Yeah.
It's just something that's available to anyone, and anyone can do if they make the choice. I think that, we've talked a lot, especially today, that it's simple. And I think because it's so simple, people think this can't possibly be the right answer, because we've come from these Western cultures where everything takes work and you have to work hard and you have to pay money and it has to have some kind of value to it, that the true answer is getting overlooked.
Yeah. I think, yes, I completely agree. And sometimes they'll get clients coming and they'll be like, oh, I think I'm going to take this, massively expensive many-year program of training because I want to increase my intuitive skills or my metaphysical understanding. And I will say, go outside, bring your jacket if it's snowing or whatever, and just have this stillness. And they would prefer to have all of the hardship of doing this long, long journey rather than being with their inner self for a few moments. It's like it's harder to allow that level of surrender to the consciousness around us than it is to go in the Western system, or actually the Eastern system too. It's like these older hierarchical systems that, if you don't do the suffering, you can't have the experience. And
Yes.
there's no suffering is involved, or no suffering is needed with this direct knowing.
Yeah, I mean, that I would agree with that. When I was in Tibet, there was some type of holiday where people were crawling on the streets and really bringing on a lot of pain to themselves as part of their offering to evolve. So that's important that it's not just the Western culture. I would agree with that for sure.
Yeah.
So, is there a way to tell that? And with intuition, can you tell if intuition is getting filtered through fear, past experience, or projection? Like sometimes I feel like it gets mucked up in there sometimes.
Yeah, I think that when we have a strong attachment to how we think things should be, like say this job idea that we've been kind of discussing, what I find so I work plenty in clairvoyance, so looking in visuals in the mind's eye. And so what I find is that when I really want something and the universe is saying, nah, that's not how it's going to be, I'll have the image, like I'll strive to put up the picture in my mind of how I want it to be. And I'll even have this sensation of the picture will just pop away. Like I'll keep trying to put it up there and it'll just keep popping down. And once that happens a few times, at this point, I'm like, well, I'm heading in the wrong direction. Or another way, intuition, like in terms of synchronicities or events that might happen, when we keep pushing and pushing and pushing and nothing keeps working, it's again the universe sort of pushing us away, saying, I'm sorry, my friend, wrong path. We have something different in mind for you. So, so we can start to tell, like, what's not working. Like if it continues to not work, the universe is saying, choose a different direction. Choose some, there's a different path for you. And paying attention to where like I use that word, the flow is happening, where there's no resistance, where it's very easy.
Yeah, so awareness, so that it's interesting, the simplicity, awareness, that's been another big thread of the last couple of days with the summit, is really developing that self-awareness with going to understand yourself and where things are moving. So you've mentioned the flow a couple of times, and I know that we've had a past discussion. I feel like this topic comes up all the time. With manifestation is sort of like gone by the wayside. It's old technology. And you had talked about the flow. And since I have you here today, because I've been pondering this a little bit, more recently, I was reading something of yours, and, you were talking about the manifestation and the flow process. And, the problem is we're all manifesting, so to speak, but it's all conflicting, right? So there's all these individual conflicting manifestations. How does that work? And it's time as we're coming together and, we're evolving more, that we really start focusing on manifesting and getting into a flow as a one. And that just so resonated. I'm like, yes, this is it. This makes sense. Can you just elaborate on that a little bit more?
Yeah, I love that word, old technology. So I think we used to say, I will manifest, I will create, or we used to say, I co-create with the universe. And that used to be as if it's us and this being, this Santa-like being, the universe that was going to, give us our wishes. But what we have to realize is that I co-create with the universe. It means I co-create with collective soul. And that means, just as you said, everybody has their desire, their attachment. And so as we evolve, hopefully our attachments drop away. We are co-creating at a higher level as a collective, and this is how we're moving forward. Old way of manifesting can work, but it's not going to bring you it's going to bring you what your mind wants. It's not going to bring you what's really going to take you further. It's better to follow as you're being led.
That's such a good differentiation, that it does bring what the mind wants, but it's missing out the whole heart and the flow, which is the whole point of all of this.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
And the last piece for me that I wanted to mention is intuition. It's not just with other humans, it's with nature, it's with animals, it's with plants, it's with inanimate things, it's with everything. And so this awareness is not just human to human, that's just a tiny piece of what we're connected to.
So I'd like to expand on that a little bit, because I think that there is that awareness is sort of seeping out to the mainstream a little bit. And I have a really good friend who's super connected with nature, and nature really speaks to her in literally conversations. And I remember someone was telling me, like, if you really had a question that was on your mind that, you were, I hate the word struggle, but that's what's coming to top of mind right now. But it was on your mind and you're trying to figure it all out. That, go out, take a walk, get into nature, and just put your hand on the tree and ask the tree the question, and the tree will give you the answer. So when she's out there, her level of communication and what she's receiving back, that back and forth, is so much different than my experience with it. Can you just talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah, and I mean, for some people, the tree might answer in a voice, potentially. But for most people, when we touch the tree, we are immediately sent into this. It's almost like we match the vibrational essence of the tree. We're sent into the deep relaxation of the tree. And whenever we deeply relax, and I don't mean we're in trance state, we're just like, we're fully present, then everything becomes clear. So it's not necessarily that the tree is talking to your friend, although that might be, but it's the tree gives us the breath or the pause of awareness that lets the clarity just come instantly. Yeah. So, and I wouldn't necessarily expect the tree, like sometimes you'll go to a tree and ask, and you can hear the shimmer of the wind suddenly, and it's like, oh, it's so exciting. But sometimes it's just that relaxation, awareness comes through, and the clarity that we've always known, but that our mind has been distracting us from, just suddenly has a chance to come through.
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me. I think that, with the animals and stuff, that's sort of a give it. But when you start getting into, like, I've got a big thing with rocks and big rocks and boulders, and they give off a lot of energy. They pull me to them, and, they help me.
Well, see,
So,
and I think it's so different, because I would say I'm very plant oriented. And for me, crystals and rocks, I'm not going to say meh, that's not true, but I just don't feel the same.
right.
So each person is structured a little bit differently as to what they're going to resonate with. And that's no problem. That's perfect that we can all sort of choose what is. It's all available to us, all of awareness.
So it's just recognizing it.
Yeah, your particular style almost.
That makes sense. Lots going on in the world, and a lot going on individually in people's lives. So when we get into the intuition conversation, is it possible for people to get so sucked into that their intuition really sort of dials down or can get turned off when they're experiencing a lot of change and stress?
Yeah, like at the time of this recording, we're just a couple weeks away from a really big astrological timing on February 17th, like this major. And so I've been reading a bit about that and thinking about it, and I kind of have the choice to really get my mind. I mean, some of this is choice. Where are we going to go with our mind? Or are we going to go with the deeper stillness? And so I like to look at my life as a continuation or continuum of many lifetimes. And so I don't need to worry as much about current events because, oh, I did that in the 1300s, or oh, I did that in the 1700s. Like, we've already been through the ringer quite a few times. And so that awareness, that helps me. It's just like, it's not our first rodeo. And also the fact that whenever there is challenge at this level, that's when we are learning the most, like as a group. And so we are learning, we are accelerated learning right now, even though it seems like accelerated suffering. It's, yeah.
When you said that, I thought, well, it feels like we're like stepping into the capstone course is right around the corner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, I actually think we've kind of been in it, actually. That's kind of, I've actually think the last 10 years we've been in it. We just didn't know we signed up for it. Like, how did I sign up for that course? What was I thinking? Why did I take that on? Yeah.
Yes, I've had that what was I thinking a thought and comments a couple of times.
Yeah.
So, you know, with your unique abilities, I have some curiosities, so I'm going to ask you. I know that you work with a lot of different forms of guidance over time, including the archangelic energies. And more recently, you've been working with some off-planet intelligences, which I think sort of surprised you that they showed up. I'm not really sure. But do you notice a difference in your body and how your body systems and how you respond with these different energies and energetics when you're working with them?
Huh. Oh, that's fascinating. I am not, like, I don't think this is good or bad. I'm not particularly somatic, really. I'm much more clairvoyant and clairaudient. That's my my receiving is more like the upper chakras versus a lot of people are super somatic, which is amazing. So I think when I'm in a channeling state, I'm so focused on getting the language through, because that's a challenge. I think it's a challenge to have another being, not exactly talking, but like it's a challenge to hear it and put it into language that is not just heard, but it also comes through your fingers. And so I'm kind of just like, please let me be able to do this. Like, it's almost just like, I don't know, like playing the piano really intensely. It's just like, I'm just really paying attention to that process. I don't even know what my body feels like in those times, I would guess.
I just, you know, when I think about it, I was wondering that, and I thought it just seems like it would affect your nervous system somehow because their energies have to be so different.
Well, I do notice on my podcast lately, I've been teaching some of the channel writing, and I do notice when I read it out aloud, I feel remarkably relaxed. It's like, oh, I just got sustained. Like when I read it out loud, one, I can't even believe that I channeled it. That's a surprise to me. And then as I read it, a deeper meaning comes through and I feel amazing. Like it's just a delight. And I feel so good and whole. I feel so whole when I read that aloud. So that is a piece about what is coming, like, you know, the old, like a spell or a mantra. It's like coming through with that extra level of healing, I guess. Healing.
Okay. So it's almost like like that blissful feeling sometimes you can get when you do energy work. So maybe not to that degree, but it just leaves you with that good feeling.
Yeah, this feeling of being super grounded and also absolute clarity and absolute like wholeness. I just feel that when I read it out loud.
Okay. Clarity has been coming up a lot lately. Well, so that's interesting that you said that it helps you feel more grounded, because I was going to ask you with all of that's happening on the psychic level with you, what is your grounding practice? And do you have a self-care practice with this, or you just sort of go with the flow?
Well, so some people know, like I live with Dr. Steve, who was on your show. So he's
Yeah.
my basic grounding. He's a very grounded person. So that stability of personality is nice. But my grounding is really probably going for walks in nature. That is the physical thing that I do most days. And then my other grounding is meditation. So I just try and live a life that is pretty simple. It's not very social. It's pretty isolated. And I try very hard to stay out of drama or the various many issues that, consternation, drama, agitation. I just kind of try and opt out from all of that if I can. But I would say that the physical piece is going for these long walks in nature and going to bed really early. Just like that's what I just like to go to bed early and get up early, and so I'm kind of like in a very quiet life. Most people would say it's very boring, but I think it's interesting.
No,
So,
no, I can actually relate to it. I feel like the more we're evolving, the more alone. So
mhm,
alone is not the right word, because alone has a negative connotation for us. The more we like to be with ourselves, like
mhm.
less stimulation, that outer stimulation, and being out by alone by ourselves really does seem to make a difference. And the more I'm talking to people and I'm watching them evolve and excel on their path, the more they're telling me that a lot of different things in their life are shifting, where they're spending more time alone. They're,
Mhm.
removing different stimuli from their life. So that actually makes sense to me.
Yeah, and even if it's, say, family or friends or social, like if it's not answering, like if you're really working on your inner self and say a friend group, um, I don't know, they're still going out to the bars, partying, and so those those interactions again are not going to be resonating. And so you won't take as much joy, or you might find it difficult to even be around people that aren't on the path. And as you know, like there's fewer people on the path at this point than there are kind of in the more mainstream. It's not a fault, it's just kind of, and so there are maybe fewer sensitives that you're going to run in on a day to day, and it doesn't make sense to be in the mainstream because there's no answer there for me anyway. And so you just want to be with the universe. You just want to be with your soul self as part of consciousness, and the rest seems to not be important.
Okay. So one of the things I think that you're involved in that you really don't talk much about, or I don't know that I've really heard you talk about, to be honest. So you have sent out a free meditative music set, I think a month or so ago. That was very beautiful, and I love it. But so you're involved in music, and actually,
Mm,
I know that you
mhm.
sing and you've won some awards for your music. What role does music play in this, and how do they interconnect with all these other abilities that you have?
Well, music is really powerful. And so I sing mostly, and I haven't sung for quite some time. And when I think about, I am going to sing pretty soon on a recording actually, and I'm kind of gearing myself up for that. Um, it's not really for the voice, which is pretty easy. It's for, so this is so interesting. It's what happens somatically in the body because it just blows me away. And I'm like, well, that's going to be something to get through, um, to have all that opening as the voice comes through. Um, I used to do a lot of ecstatic dance, and it was similar that through the body, this complete expression, but it's not as personal as singing for some reason. The singing brings something different through. So I find it actually kind of challenging to allow myself to go into that space of letting that somatically come through. And now I'm getting really nervous. No, I'm not. I'm just like, oh yeah, that's going to happen. So like, I'll deal with it when it happens, but realizing it's a physical somatic process, singing,
Okay.
dancing. Yeah.
Well, I appreciate you being open and sharing about it.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that's probably why I don't do it all the time, because it is a lot. Yeah. Yeah.
So
Or it's also, oh, sorry. No, I mean,
no,
that's
go
also
ahead.
why.
Finish. No, you finish your thought. I'm
that's
not going to
also-
let you off the hook with it. You finish your thought.
That's also why I don't, I can do hands healing, I can do energy healing, but I find it so intense. I don't really, that's not my usual practice. I just find the intensity is hard to manage because so much comes through. And that might change later, but for now, that's where I'm at.
Okay. I actually can see that, because when the energy gets flowing, and if you're that open, I could see where it could get intense. Just I know with what my personal experience is when I'm doing energy healing, I was like, wow, if you take that and you multiply it, that could get pretty intense.
Yeah.
So Sarah, as we're looking to wind up a little bit here, I do have a question that I think is interesting. Looking back over your years of teaching and experience, because you have made a difference in so many lives for such a long time, how has your relationship with the intuition changed in terms of like the ease and trust and steadiness?
Yeah, thank you. At the beginning, I was really interested in psychic gifts and learning how to use all those. That was I wanted to be psychic. Like I wanted to be a psychic. I wanted to do readings. And now, and it's been over, I think it's been over 20 years now. I don't even know, but now I'm really interested in spiritual understanding. And they used to give me this phrase, the psychic path leads to spiritual understanding, the spiritual path leads to psychic opening. And that was kind of one of those early phrases that I got. And I understand that more even now. Like right now, I'm much more on the spiritual awareness versus the psychic stuff are just tools for me to get to more awareness, is kind of where I'm at now.
Okay, that makes sense. Any little tidbits that you'd like to leave for people who are working on their intuition?
Yeah, I think really just trusting that it's innate. Like you don't have to, all you have to do is open to it, and kind of also the universe is a very friendly, you can almost treat the universe like a friendly friend that's showing you how. You can say to the universe, hey, show me what to do. And you will be met. Like you can trust that that's a good partner to practice with as you're practicing your opening.
Great. I think that that's a perfect way to end on. The other piece to it is you just have to accept that you might not hear something that you want, but you have to trust that it's really what you do want.
Yeah, it's what your soul is really craving and knowing. Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sarah, thank you for sharing your experience so generously today. To learn more about Sarah and her work, you can go to her website, sarahwiseman.com. So good to reconnect again.
Oh, yeah, you too. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Okay. Well, as we're Thank you for joining us for day 2 of the Art of the Nervous System Summit. We have had some really deep and powerful conversations today. Honestly, there's a couple that I'll be going back to the replays to revisit myself. Tomorrow will be our final day of the summit, and we have another full schedule. I really look forward to seeing everyone there. Thank you for joining us today. Self-care tonight, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Welcome home. It's a brand new day. Feel the rhythm. Let it lead the way. Step into the